slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Hello, welcome back, everyone. How was your long weekend?
It was good. It was good.
Yeah, pretty good. How's yours?
It was pretty good, yes. Happy belated Columbus Indigenous Peoples Day. The market, so wild. Who would like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and break it down. I'll break down my overtrade trade on Friday as well. So obviously we had a huge sell-off. I think people are kind of losing their minds right now because like the weekly chart, it's like just one bearish candle, and so far in the current week has already like retraced that range at one point almost. I would like to see lower, honestly. It would just be more fun to target these relative equal lows in the daily and the weekly, but like I have a feeling we're just gonna rip back to all-time highs. As for today, though, I'm sort of watching this 4-hour gap right here. Is something that I'm gonna have marked off just to see if we can respect that. If we sort of disrespect above this, then all-time highs is the target, right? However, if we come in here like 10 o'clock and we get some displacement lower, I'm gonna be looking to target these Friday lows. So that's sort of what I have for today. Let me go to hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I have a bearish bias too. It's just I just have a weird feeling like it's just like that's the trap, you know. I have a feeling it could just like rip higher. As for gold, 1 hour chart doesn't really look too good to me. The 4 hour, 4 hour doesn't look too good as well. I'd probably just wait for this daily candle to close and see if we can get a daily gap in this area, and then you can wait for price to trade into it. However, you need to be pretty quick once it does that because it usually trades away from it. We are officially at 4,000 on 4,100 really on gold now. So that's absolutely crazy for that. Let me show you my trade from Friday. It really wasn't that bad of a setup. Like at first, like I was kind of like after the trade was over, I like made a good bit of money. I'm like, man, this is kind of didn't really follow my rules there, but in a way I kind of did. Let me sort of break it down. So we were having a sell-off, right? Big sell-off in here, and price came into this area here on the 1 minute chart. After coming into this 15-minute gap. So right around in here is where I shorted. Wait, no. Sorry, it's right here. I came into this 15-minute gap, which was in this area right here, I believe. And then we had a nice sell-off. I sold right here at 67.22. I held it down to 66.92 with 30 points. And it was actually a pretty solid setup. But like I think at the time it was selling off. I was kind of mad that's kind of why I took it. Because the volatility kind of like lured me in, I guess you could say. But it ended up working out. Yeah, no, I'm just disappointed that it was kind of like a news trade, and I kind of sold the bottom, and I kind of got paid because it was kind of what I was talking about earlier, like last week was not following your rules is like one of the most expensive profits you can make. And to me, I make sure I don't do this again because I don't want that to happen. But yeah. Other than that, it worked out. It was like it literally made my week. So I mean, it was a 30-point move. Stop was here, so entered right here. It's not like I chased it really. Like I had a good like good entry, good stop loss placement, everything like that. But I do feel like I kind of Kind of gave into like the news a little bit, but overall pretty good.
Thanks for your transparency, Nick.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like it was one of those days after Friday. I was like, I made money, but I kind of like felt crappy about it. Whereas like sometimes I made less and I felt better because I stuck to the system. But yeah, I just didn't feel very good. So I'm glad we actually had a 3-day weekend. I was kind of wore out. I felt like I blew like 5-10 accounts last week, and I actually made money, but I was just so wore out. I think it was just the lack of news and just the boredom of sitting in the charts for about 10 hours last week.
Yeah, I know I lost some accounts. I'm guessing some of our viewers also lost some accounts. Type in 1 if you lost some accounts, but you're ready to practice this week and put a good foot forward. Type in 1 in chat. Also, there is a question that MyFundedFutures just dropped in chat. Did the Friday sell-off scare you? Yes, I am still not engaging today. Or no, I love the volatility. Or it is whatever, we deal with it, or I slept through it. Barbie, what are your thoughts?
Well, obviously volatility has entered the chat, and I don't know if y'all remember, but of course, the market was in a bullish mode, so it's like bullish continuation before we had this tariff news. But that's kind of what I was talking about previously, where we're in a mode until we have some sort of catalyst, and our news catalyst has kind of dried up lately, but we did get a Trump catalyst, and the support that we were originally looking at was around 6,600, and that is kind of ultimately where we've kind of landed. So that's the market showing us that the market's still working right. I always keep that in perspective. There was a lot of people on X and people in our Discord too, like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the trade of the century. We've got to figure out what to do here. And I kind of see this as a normal Trump bear catalyst, and it's not. I guess I'm not as excited about it, but there is certainly a trade here. A lot of the times with these tariff trades, there ends up being the initial reaction, and then it's like, okay, well, is it really that bad? And then kind of the reaction to the initial reaction back the other way, and now we're in that step 3, which is what's the actual move going to be. And so we had the move down, and then we gapped up, and then yesterday was pretty boring. And the hard thing is yesterday, like, this is really the midpoint. I'm always watching these midpoints. I'm not going to draw it out there, but y'all can see just visually yesterday's price action was really hanging around that midpoint. That's actually very markety, but actually very boring. Now we're below that, so that's what we have to watch in. Is this going to be, so we're putting in a potential low right here, but is that going to be broken and have this be the new lower high, and then we're going to set a new lower low? And that'll kind of be the question that the market has to answer. So we're in kind of the middle. I cleaned up a whole new chart just to kind of visualize this a little bit better, but we're in a spot where there's reason to go up and reason to go down, and we're just gonna have to kind of wait for the market to show us which kind of appetite is ready. But I marked this yellow down here, so that's that gap. These sorts of gaps really do like to get filled, and we're literally right there. We've already started entering this gap, so that's a reasonable play. If we start losing, and I'm kind of watching, I didn't mark it on here, we can mark it. I was really watching this open level. So that's at 66. Well, now it's right dancing above that. I'm trying to read it. 66.32. So that 66.32 open from that's the weekly open. So that's a powerful open there. That's kind of that level to watch right now. Are we going to lose that level and fill this gap down to the Friday close? Or is that going to hold and support us a little bit higher? I think there's definitely an argument for this getting closed right now. I think y'all want that, right? But that is kind of the what. Just if this holds up here and we don't get that move lower and the market's feeling really bullish, we have all these other levels to check up here. What I'm kind of wondering is do we make like kind of an initial move lower to clean this up and then kind of leave these bullish targets open? But I can talk about those. This would be if either we hold or reclaim this 32 level. We have we have this overnight low, but I'm really looking at yesterday's low for that. Yesterday, because it was in the middle of that range, kind of put in some nice levels in the middle of this big dramatic drop that we had. And so that's some really nice little targets for midpoint. So 66.60 is or 61 technically, but that's kind of that low. And then we had the close from yesterday around right around that 90 level, the 66.90 level. And then of course the highs from yesterday also would be on the bullish side of it. But yeah, that's it's annoying because we're in the middle, so we have to wait and see what the market wants to give us. But that is kind of the idea, is are we going to move lower and fill this in? At that point, do we kind of find support down there? I also marked this level, the 66.11. I was looking left. I always like to look left. And this was that FOMC level around. It's really kind of been support in the pre-market. So I'm watching that. That was from the last FOMC when we had a low put in and then moved back higher off of it. So that's also a key level too. It's hard to imagine that we're not going to test lower into this gap since we've already started entering it. So that's kind of like what I'm looking at right now. I did want to head over to news. I know MyFundedFutures had posted. I just want to make sure everyone's aware that we do have Powell coming on at 12:20, and he is going to be talking about monetary policy. So we definitely need to pay attention to that one. And then the other thing I was pulling, we kind of started talking about this, but we got, something more exciting happened. We're getting into the earnings season. So it kicks off with banks, and the banks have been, you can go look, the banks have been reporting, but we have kind of the tail end of the banks coming in here. And then the exciting stuff is coming next week. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe we'll get the government reopened too, and we can have some normal trading next week.
That would be nice.
But, we'll be patient and see what we got, what the market actually brings us.
Thank you, Barbie. I did see someone is asking for an analysis on silver. Can we take a look at silver?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, so silver here. All right, so silver is a little bit weaker on the daily chart because it failed to create a gap in here, so it sold off a little bit more. The 4 hour on this, I don't like how it's kind of bouncing. I don't like this previous 4 hour candle. It's kind of, a little indecisive here. This is the first true trading day of the week, so I'm sort of treating today like a Monday, especially with Powell speaking at 12. If I take a setup today, it's got to be A+. It's got to be, very, very good. Maybe I would probably wait to see what happens once we run this low, or this high, and preferably strong closes above or below those levels. So those levels are 51.16 and then 48.745 or 735. So yeah, that's pretty much what I got on silver.
I saw gold made all new highs again. I couldn't believe it. I think I saw 4,100 something.
That was kind of like my top chart for the week, and then it just kind of ran up there. Yesterday. Kind of unfortunate. You gotta be quick on gold, man. Like you can't be like, it's always in Asia or London that it just kind of takes off. I swear, every time. But it is what it is.
Did anyone catch any of the gold trade? Type in 1 if you caught some profits from gold. I know SK oftentimes trades gold on the SK stream in the evening with MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, no, I popped in the stream, I think Thursday night or something, and he was rattling off some trades on there. Yeah, he definitely likes to trade gold for sure.
Yeah, it is a very big contract. It's like 1 point is $100. Is that right?
$100 per point. Yeah. It's pretty big.
It's big.
Very, very big. So this 15-minute chart. Barbie, what earnings you say we got this week?
Well, we're at the tail end of bank earnings. I can head back over to that. So I kind of printed out this whole one for the month too, or not printed out, posted. But this is this week? Yeah, this one should be this week. Citi, Wells Fargo, that was all this morning, and then we've got some airlines, Interactive Brokers, my broker's coming up. But the exciting one was really more next week. This is the monthly view. So next week we're getting into Netflix and Tesla, IBM, Intel. So it'll be a little bit more exciting next week. I'm always watching the pre-earnings run-ups. So I'm watching the next week's, guys, and the one after that too. Because then after that, we've got Meta, Microsoft, Google, Chipotle, Apple, Lilly. So we're getting into the fun stuff. This is when NASDAQ's kind of weird to trade overnight because the earnings can affect it so much.
Yeah, no. So, and then next week is when we start to have, I think, some better earnings, right? In terms, not just like banks, but like some of the tech stocks.
Well, yeah, tech. So banks. My point was that the cycle is banks and then tech. So once you see banks start reporting, pay attention to tech.
Yeah, because they're coming next. That's good. Yeah, we need some pop in the market. Like, I mean, we did have it on the Trump tweet, but like, I feel like even like if he didn't tweet, it would have like slowly went to all-time highs. And that's something I found funny too, is that people are like, man, how could you not short right there? I'm like, bro, like how are you gonna short? Like, we literally came like, I think like what was it? 68.12. We were 5 points on ES away from all-time highs before that tweet. It probably just would have grinded higher and probably took it out in the PM session. And people are like, oh, how could you not see that short coming? It's like, bro, you didn't see it coming either, bro. If Trump would have tweeted everything is great with China, there's no tariffs, now it would have shot higher. You know what I mean? Like, it was just that's something that I saw a lot of people getting mad about on Twitter. And it's just crazy to me that like so many people will sort of like go on Twitter and like just give in to like some of like the like what people are saying, and like you'll see a tweet like I just said, like, hey, how could you not catch that short? And then they start trading and starting to trying to short, and they just blow accounts. I feel like type 1 in the chat if you blew an account on Friday, and that was the hard, like that was the main day that you blew accounts or you lost a lot of money. I feel like Friday,
I think a lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like Friday was like the hardest day for most people.
It was a 1,230 point range in NQ. Like,
yeah,
that,
go, bro.
Oof. It took out 17 trading days. Like when I counted this morning how many days it actually took out, like as far as any weak hands, like short-term traders with stops, 17 trading days in one day. Yeah, it was a really big day. I agree, Nick. We can't predict those things. Like, we don't know exactly when someone's going to tweet something that's like absolutely horrendous for the market or absolutely amazing too. Yeah, just being ready and being able to pivot and adjust.
Yeah, no. One thing that has me a little excited for next week potentially is NFP. And then they said they're going to have CPI next Friday. I've never had CPI on Friday before, so that's going to be kind of crazy. And if we don't have that NFP next week, it's literally no news until Friday. So I'm just hoping to get, like, I don't really want the government to open back up, but kind of work. I just want the news, right? I just want the volatility, you know, even like the little 830 unemployments, you know, I kind of miss those. And it says also too that we're, you know, PPI, you know, we're not going to get that one this week if government's closed. So the only thing we're really going to get is just Powell speaking the day at 12 and then orange folder tomorrow at 8:30, which is, like I say, orange folder. So, you know, just going to have to take it day by day here. These are also some of the hardest points to trade because you may not be taking a whole lot of trades because of the lack of volatility like last week. Like if I just go over last week's range, oh crap, minus that tweet. So Monday was like right around in here. So Monday started here. Tuesday. So we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So like, look at this. From Tuesday's low to Friday's high was only like 400 points on NQ, which isn't a whole lot. Obviously that the move on Wednesday was probably the best, but yeah, not a whole lot of volatility there. And if you want to like try to get long here, right? If you're like swing trading or whatever, like, you know, you're probably not in profit because this Friday's moves kind of takes you out. So not a whole lot of displacement either outside of Wednesday. So yeah, just taking it day by day though. I think it's very important to, you know, not have too much of a label on the days and just kind of show up, because you never know like when you're going to get set up. Like to me today, I think a low hanging fruit, even for higher prices, could be these relative equal highs on ES. Like if I wanted to see us go lower, could go up here and then retrace down to Friday's low. But these are relative equal. I can see them getting taken. But yeah, I'm gonna take it pretty slow today. Just gonna sort of ease into the week. I think that's important.
Thanks, Nick. Did you guys see what Matt posted, our CEO at MyFundedFutures, what he posted on X?
I did not. No.
Let me share it. It's very exciting. Okay, can you see my screen? I think you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Matt is teasing us with this post. It says the flex option is coming to the core plan. So $1,000 of max request on the core plan. It will become $3,000 every 5 days with this upcoming promo. We don't know when this is coming. I'm so excited. Hopefully soon. Today, tomorrow, I'm not sure. We have no idea when it's going to happen, but it is going to happen. This is going to be so good. To give a quick rundown of how good this is going to be, the core plan without any discounts is $77. That's all in, no activation fee ever with any of the MyFundedFutures accounts. End of day drawdown in the sim eval side and also in the sim funded side once you're funded. End of day drawdown, so it's not intraday trailing, like, you know, none of that nonsense. And then every 5 days you can request a payout. All you need is $100 or more to request a payout. And so with this promo, whenever it drops, we can request up to $3,000, all for the cost of $77 before the discount. Use code YouTube. Usually it's a 5% discount if there isn't a different promo running. So yeah, fingers crossed it drops soon, today or tomorrow, I hope. Isn't that exciting? This is like, wow. Wow.
Like, whoa. Yeah, no, that's pretty good. I mean, in terms of ROI, that's like what, like, you know, like 30 extra money. Like if you pay $60 or whatever, around 69, 70 bucks.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Can't beat that.
Oh, chat is reminding me, it is 50% of profits. Exactly. So it is like, let's say you make $6,000, you can request $3,000 out of that. So that is the exciting thing that's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Ooh.
Oh no, we got New York Open here in 5 minutes. So let's see.
NASDAQ is already down about 300 points right now.
Mine's been here. What, mark off weekly open?
Oh my. Oh my. I feel like this is going to be such a wild open. Woo! Hold my purse. Someone hold my purse. What do you guys think? Maybe the gap fill? I heard you, Barbie, mention that.
I honestly, I have no idea.
You're going to wait. Yeah. Let's. Ooh, look at that on the hourly. Yeah. Anything can happen. Vivi says, I'm scared. We trade smaller in this type of volatility to help with the feeling.
Wait.
Yeah, and wait. Wait for the market to do its thing, show its hand.
Everyone on last week on Friday, it was like, oh my God, this is the craziest thing. And I'm like, this is just the market marketing, though. We're still within all the normal stuff. Oh, we're on my chart. I thought I'd pull it. I'm watching the tick chart this morning because I want to see what the not the tick chart, the tick index. I want to see what the stocks are doing at open. So I have this chart front and center today.
Nice.
We'll see.
What is the VIX doing?
Well, I mean, we really should wait for open.
Oh,
to
yeah.
decide what the
It
VIX
takes
is
like
doing.
30 minutes or so, would you say, or is it?
No, but it's closed right now, so we're gonna wait.
Oh, I was curious what the VIX was when we closed on the last time it was open.
Closed around 2165, but or it's not tradable until the market opens here in a few minutes. Is a better way to put it. It's not tracking anything for a few minutes.
Okay.
I have no current VIX for you. It's not a thing.
Thank you, Barbie.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to Google what the average VIX is this year. I wonder what the average is for what is considered normal for the year.
If you're looking at if
mean.
you're asking about the cumulative tick, it's tracking all of the New York Stock Exchange index. It's literally looking at every single ticker on the New York Stock Exchange and figuring out if they're going up or down in general. So it's counting how many are going up, how many are going down. This is the cumulative number. Yeah, I mean, VIX went up with the gap up, and it's been holding around the 21s. This down here, this is a tool that I made. It's called the Mo Roll, this oscillator. It's looking at lower time frames, current time frame and lower time frames to see when things are starting to roll over.
Some people I smell it open. So
yeah, I was about to say it smells it. What does it smell like? Cheese or like
cheese curds, deep fried cheese curds. All right, here we go. Less than 30 seconds.
You do the countdown for us, Terry?
Yeah, I'll do the countdown as we get closer. Here we go. I'll start at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Market's open. Let's go.
Yeah, the casino's open, guys. I think if we lose, if usually when we have big sell-offs, I think the best thing to do is or even just big moves higher, but in this case, a sell-off in a very bullish market is does it keep making new lows? So we made a low on Friday. That to me will be confirmation it actually wants to go lower because this was all based off of a tweet. Okay, so it's probably gonna go higher. Especially later in the next coming weeks. But if we can, displace through this low, I would actually believe it a little bit more. Same with ES as well. But trust me, I would love lower because all these targets to the downside look way better than this nothing burger up here. Okay. So yeah, that's just kind of my thought process on that. Let's check YM. People are always talking about YM. Yeah, not a whole lot going on there either. Price is currently bouncing between the 4-hour SIBI on NQ, which is Oh no, I have ES pulled up on both. A freaking moron. Let's see, Microsoft. On ES, it's the 4-hour SIBI of the 4-hour fair value gap to the downside, 66.58, and 66.32, which is the new week opening gap. So I want to see us go either close above or below one of those gaps. There would be nice. Let's see. Powell speaks at 12:20. So lunch hour. Not the best. We'll see what happens.
I plan on wrapping stuff up before Powell, personally. Not real excited to get involved in that.
Sitting on Corey said, sitting on my hands waiting for that Steph Curry splash. Hey, bro, I'm gonna be at that Warriors season over in a week from today, so I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that.
So fun. Is this your trip to LA, Nick?
Yeah.
That'd be really fun. Are you streaming from LA too, or vacation?
No, I'll stream because it's pretty
Awesome.
early. Like, it'd be 6 a.m. there, so 6 to 7, So.
Yeah, everyone will still be sleeping.
Right.
Our California traders pop into the group like after when we're wrapping stuff up, and always crash us. They're like, "Good morning." I'm like, okay,
yeah,
enjoy the lunch hour. You got to get up early to trade. On the West Coast. Who's on the West Coast? Who are the early morning birds?
Yeah. I'm kind of worried though because I'm over Lakers, and my friend went to the Bills Falcons game last night, and he's a Bills fan. They got literally beat pretty bad. The score was not really reflective of the game. So I'm a little worried that he may be bad luck or something.
Oh no.
We'll have to see. West Coast, Best Coast, SoCal here. Okay, ICT.
There are early morning California people in the house.
Yeah, I'm excited. I already have a maps, a Google Maps planned out. Dodgy wants to go to the Tesla diner, which I want to as well.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah,
I saw that on the news.
Yeah.
Did you guys check gold? We did check gold earlier, didn't we? Or no, we just talked about it, huh? I don't think we can.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I don't. It just ran
up and away right now.
Yeah,
I got that hourly low that we're kind of approaching. There could potentially be something there.
Yeah, if I was anyone watching gold, I'd wait till we got close above or below this level here. To the upside, that's 41.61, and to the downside, that is 41.05. That's the same as silver. The silver levels are marked off as well. The Flex add-on available for CF. I don't know what you mean. If you mean core, then no. No, not available for core yet.
Not yet. Soon, we hope. It will drop sometime this week, Matt said. I did hop in a short looking for a gap fill from the Friday Globex so what would it be? Thursdays? Or no, wait, from Friday's close, New York close, with just one micro. Woo, just one micro. It's already up $130 off one micro. Risking, this is my $200 bracket. When I enter a trade, it automatically will put a stop loss worth $200 and then take profit of $200. So let's see what's going to happen. It's already up about $150 right now. Let's go. This is the hourly chart. So the low in this candle is 482. Can we get there? Maybe. Fingers crossed. Man, just with one micro. It's wild today.
Yeah, it is. I'll just watch the 15-minute chart, see if I can get anything going on there. If I can get a gap here to the downside, you know, and we start to move, then I will find a way to short it for sure. But just kind of want to see what happens. Someone asked how'd the Friday short go, Terry?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. There's so many, so much has happened since Friday. Overall, I definitely caught lots of wins, and then I also lost too. Yeah, I didn't control my risk very well as far as like controlling the red days in some of my accounts. So I did lose some accounts, and that sucks. Like that always sucks. So this week moving forward, it's like I have to control those red days, because you can't outpace a terrible massive red day, right? With the wins, if your terrible red days are like twice the size of your green days. Yeah, it's quite the journey, definitely. Oh, it hit my TP. Sweet. So book 200. Yay.
Let's
stuff.
go.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
We did have the tick open extremely low, and I'm watching to see here if it's trying to recover, if it's going to hold lower here. A lot of times if we open at an extreme on the tick, it wants to kind of go back to that equilibrium a little bit. So we'll see. It doesn't always, though. Sometimes we just end up in a trend day and that thing stays below one side or the other.
Let's see if we can get these relative equal highs are just kind of standing out to me on ES at the moment. I want to see what happens once we run this low on ES as well. Do we start to get that move higher? It would make sense to start moving lower right off the open like we did, and then reverse, because most people are going to be playing the most recent move. They're not going to be playing the like the longer term move. Like what have we been doing like the past couple months going higher? They're just going to see this big move down and be like, okay, we're going to retrace 500 points into a 1,000-point range candle. So therefore, once we hit 500 points, we're going to dump. And you know, so I want to see us. I want to see what happens right here. It's a pretty big area. So I'm setting my alert at the low here. So 66.05 on ES. Let's kind of see what happens. On the west side.
That makes a lot of sense, Nick, what you're saying, that when the market opens, like sometimes the move is that initial move and then it can reverse. Like, the longer term players step in. Yeah. I have seen that, and I've been caught on the wrong side of that before. So
we're kind of at that key level where we're at the FOMC low right here on ES. I didn't mark it on NASDAQ, but that's kind of that key spot. I'm waiting to see if that becomes support or if it's going to let us get through and get that major gap taken care of. We're so close. We'll see. I was expecting some orders to be sitting here at this level, though, since this was a major FOMC wick, basically.
Yeah, no, I mean, the weekly gap was something I was wanting price to go into, but I did not expect us to get there in one day. But yeah,
that's the way I was thinking about it too. I was like, if we get a really nasty move down, it's probably going to look at that 6,600. I was thinking it would be like over a week, not in one tweet, but you know, that's the way we do things.
Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I missed that volatility, but like I kind of, I just wanted to like move, like be more consistent, right? I don't want to like, you know, consolidate for 6 days, a big move, and then, you know, back to consolidation again. So that's what I'm kind of worried is going to happen here. unless like some more bad news breaks out, aka a tweet. But we'll see what happens. Like I say, it's only Tuesday, which is really coming off of a 3-day weekend. I like to treat this like a Monday, so we'll just kind of see what happens. So far, the only thing I'm watching is what happens once we run this low. Do we displace through it at 9:45, and then do we do it again at 10? And then from 10 to 10:15, do we give us a retracement up into here? Or if we start to reverse from here, do we like make a wick and then move higher to these relative equal highs? And then my downside target is obviously the previous weekly low.
We're holding kind of bearishly so far. So we're definitely supporting that move to continue lower.
Yep. Chat, what do you guys have in the chat? What questions y'all got? Make sure to like the stream. I did not like the stream this morning.
It's like the prerequisite to ask questions, right?
Oh. Someone did say, they were like, dang, Nick got pretty lucky on Friday because my gold trade I didn't copy across the other couple accounts that I had. It was only on one because I didn't have my trade copier open. And then I got stopped out of my long, and then I didn't immediately go short. Like 5 minutes later, or 15 minutes later, once we retraced into the 15-minute gap, like I kind of, like what I was talking about, I kind of chased price. But I'm actually not too mad at myself about that trade because like it did pull up into a gap. I did have a draw lower, but I just hated the fact that I shorted the absolute low, and I kind of gave in to Trump tweeted, expect a big range. Let's go. Like that was my only context for getting in the trade. That was my biggest context, I guess you could say.
I have a question, Nick. If that tweet never happened and you saw it trade into that 15-minute gap, would you have taken the trade? Like
if it just kept going lower?
Yeah.
Like if it went lower the way it did without Trump tweeting, no, because it's just something I noticed. Like when he tweets something bad or he tweets something good, the market, it reacts. Like he can move the market a lot. Like that is the biggest candle we've had on the daily since April.
Yeah.
Like he can just do that,
It's incredible.
So
I'm just wondering how much insider trading is going on.
It's kind of something that you have to like I've seen it before. So like I guess I know how to trade it, but I don't know. I'm just kind of felt like I sold the bottom, so that's maybe. But then the bottom kept going lower. Like it just kept going, like it kept sinking below the ship. It just dove into the ocean. So a lot of people maybe shorted like where I literally took profit, and it could have been worse. But all right, so we displaced to this low here, so that's pretty good for bearishness. We are inside a new week opening gap. I don't want to long here just yet. I want to see if we can, put in some green candles back to the upside.
Lisa has a good question for discussion. Should the president be able to affect the market like that with social media? Thoughts?
I mean, it's not like he said buy now. He literally tweeted out something that was although he did say this would be a great time to buy back in April, and that was the bottom. So
he did say that, yeah.
Republican, Democrat, you hate him, you love him. Like, he kind of gave you a play there,
Yeah, he moves the market.
Like you don't have to like him to be able to see point blank like the moves that he does on the market and react to them. But I mean, I don't know if there's a should be able to or shouldn't be able to, right? It's just kind of a fact of the world we live in these days.
Yeah.
100%.
That's why you have to be aware, like whether you like somebody or not. And this is for either side. You don't even have to be on a side. I'm not on a side. I think that's why I see this more clearly. But when you yeah, you can't just say, I don't like the guy, so everything he says is stupid. You have to say, well, the market listens when he says this.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's what's going on.
M says, modern times, we just adapt. Yeah. The floor traders back in the day did not have a president that would tweet and the market would move 1,230 points in the NASDAQ. It is wild.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do you guys think that Friday's event to the crypto world allow the bigger players to enter? Okay, so can someone explain to me like what happened in the crypto market? Apparently, like $300 million came in on like a Bitcoin leverage short like 2 hours before the news happened, and it was a brand new crypto trading account, and they made like $190 million off of it. Am I right, or is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, I heard something like that too. That it's like rumored that someone had some type of inside information that that tweet was going to come out.
Wow.
I just kind of expect that there's always somebody who knows something, right? Do you act on it or not? And
Well, you
somebody
can't
had to act
anymore
on it.
because Trump made that law saying you can't like the according to like the tracking the crypto, like you can't go after people who basically like pump and dump crypto like you can on the equities or like indices, or not indices but stocks and stuff like that. So you can't even go after it like that anymore.
Whoa, I did not know that. Wow.
Because he don't want the crypto, he don't want government interfering with crypto, which I get it, but I mean, if someone made money out, like I don't like, well, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they didn't do that, they
That's
probably
kind of what
just
I'm saying too.
they would have found another way to do it. You know,
Right.
there's like just like there's loopholes in the tax code. Rich people and the smart people and the investors, they're always gonna find a way to like buck the system. So. Well, we haven't filled the new week opening gap. I would watch that on the hourly because the hourly is wicking like how I wanted it to. So I want to see like what happens right around this level. Do we start to disrespect some bearish gaps and start to move towards these relative equal highs at 66.52 and whatnot? Also, yeah, Friday was a great example of why you can't just be trading 20 points, make risking 20 to make 40. Because like the volatility is just so wild. Like if I go back to Friday, this candle right here, this 5-minute candle is from 192 to 029. That is a 160.5-minute candle.
Oh my gosh.
So you can't be like, you have to just base it all off of the volatility. So I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, even today, the last 5-minute candle was like a 70-point candle. Yeah, more than 70 points, 80
Hey,
points.
I love it. I really do. But at the same time, like that's how you can get wrecked. So Thursday, October 2nd. What are my charts doing? Market makers don't want me to win.
MyFundedFutures asked, how is your trading going today? Chat, did you execute? Type in 1 if you feel like you're executing well. Type in 2 if you feel like you can use some more work in that arena.
I think we could all always use improvement.
Yeah, so like this is the 1-minute chart. Okay. I'm just gonna pick a random candle in here. This is obviously the news right here. This is where I want short, right? On NQ. I want short on ES, but I'm gonna show you guys NQ around the same time. So my stop here on the 1-minute trade is 93 points. Okay, which is absolutely crazy. And my TP is 212. Now, just another random candle would be 013 to 941. So that's 70 80 points on 1 minute. It moved 80 points in 1 minute. Like some of you guys, like you won't be able to afford some of these moves. That's why it's important to like realize, like, you know, the volatility that you're in. I think that's why so many people blow accounts. Like, oh, I trade 5 mini. I trade 3 to 5 micros. Well, you get stopped out on 3 to 5 micros at 100 points. Let's see, 10 on NQ times 100. You just lost yourself $1,000 worth of drawdown. So
with 3 micros.
Yeah, with with 5, but
5. Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. Once we close above here in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm still watching that FOMC low to see if that's going to be, the struggle point the bears can't get through. Doesn't seem like it should be that big of a deal. That's what I'm kind of wondering here. Just to dip below, test below it, and then come back up. They're definitely struggling.
Ooh, maybe we'll get a nice setup for one of Barbie's famous knife catch trades. Let's see.
Yeah, no, that'd be pretty solid. Let's see how we close here.
Diego said, too volatile for me. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like sitting on our hands.
It's always okay to wait and see if things make more sense in a little bit. That's part of the risk thing. We're always focused on 2R or 3R or whatever. Sometimes it's the risk of actually going into the market at that exact time. So.
Ooh, look at this big green candle that's forming on the 5-minute. We're almost at 100-point range in this just one 5-minute candle. I'm like, am I reading this right? Low.
You're reading it right. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, this is what you're talking
Very
about,
volatile.
Nick. Holy smokes.
Hey, you were ready to trade today. Remember that?
Yeah, I just did 1 micro. I am very proud of myself about that. I was kind of expecting like a volatile, wild open. So I'm like, all right, let's just do 1. Maybe one day we'll have even a micro. If NQ, the price just keeps getting bigger and bigger, I wonder what they'll do.
Let's see. So we inversed it on ES. I don't mind longs right now. Never really gave an entry for ES. I'm sorry, NQ. The 5-minute inverse could be something you could take. That's really the only thing I really like to trade. Wait for us to sort of get above. Get above here. Also be 10 o'clock. This is very good displacement from this level. And if you look at the hourly, look how it's wicked, right? Same with ES. And we do have obviously some targets to the upside. But don't get too short-sighted as well. Like, don't think, okay, market sold off Friday. It's going to keep selling off. I'm just going to short the retracement. Okay, but what was it doing from like May to freaking like October 10th or October 9th? It was going higher. So, keep that in mind. So this could be something that you guys could look to take here. 2R up to here. So 63 stop back up to London highs, I think could be a very, very solid setup. And then on the ES is the stronger one. London highs are up here. You guys should go a little bit not as wide. on your stop. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens.
Thank you, Nick. Trade idea.
Check out the 15-minute. Yeah, it's completely retraced the move to the downside. There's no gaps. If we close above here, there'd be no 15-minute gap to the downside. So that combined with strong displacement plus the draw higher, I think it's probably gonna go higher. Plus this 4-hour gap, like if I wanted to short, it would want to be inside this 4-hour gap. We're right around weekly open. Like we're still at weekly open. So just gotta keep in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is kind of that thing that I was wondering about. Are we going to hold that level down there? So far, we kind of are. There's definitely some targets overhead if we start getting through some of this stuff. It's just a little bit messier. Some days it's kind of good to wait and see what the market wants to do because we've got to digest everything that happened last week.
100%. Yeah, sometimes a lot of times I'll wait till 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10, because we'll have news right around that time, 9:45, 10 a.m. It's not abnormal for that to happen. And since I don't trade before 9:30, 95% of the time, like I've actually had to end up waiting until 9:45 to 10 because just the opening range, like just kind of let the market kind of flush out and then like the real move happens. So we'll see what happens. We got 2 minutes, so 1.5 minutes to this market, to the 4-hour candle is about to close. So far, 4-hour, not much range on it. It is reacting from the new week opening gap. The hourlies look better. I would probably just watch the hourly and the M5 and just sort of see what happens.
Thank you, Nick.
Let's see if I got any last second questions before I head out. Did someone change our usernames? I don't think so. Let me put you.
I wish we could change their usernames. That would be fun.
What would you change yours to be today, Barbie?
No, I don't mean changing mine. I'm always Bull Barbie, but I want to change other people's.
Oh, that would be fun.
Well, no, sometimes I'm ICT.
Yeah, you have to change it to the little logo there, right? With all like the enigma on it. Before I head out, if we get a close below here in the next 20 seconds, which I don't think we are on NQ, you could just wait until like 10:05. We also got a breaker here at 24,657 if we get above that, and then 66.38 on ES. So just watch those 2 levels. But yeah, hopefully we catch some good setups in here. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
See you back tomorrow. Bye, Nick.
Take it easy. Bye-bye.
I'm watching right now because we were also reacting to VWAP a little bit, so we're still staying below VWAP. So we're just the market's really undecided. I did notice that we hit the midpoint of that gap, so we might still go back. That might have just been a little lower time frame bounce. So we'll see. This is what I'm looking at. We're still below VWAP, the main VWAP. The regular trading 1 hours one is right here, but that's what I'm kind of noting is it's not super long in here. I'm gonna get off of this chart because I didn't clean up these levels. These ones are cleaned up. I had some tech problems this morning and got a little behind, so we're on this chart today. Yeah, we're holding below that the weekly open, so it's not very bullish yet. We got to get above that to be bullish.
Yeah, so the weekly active promo right now, it's still the add-on on the scale plan. But Matt, the CEO of MyFundedFutures, did tease on X that a promo this week will be dropping on the core. So the same idea of the flex add-on, but on the core accounts. So you can snatch one up on the scale account right now. Use code YouTube when you check out for the best discount. Thanks, guys. It does help to support the channel when you use code YouTube. I'm excited. Hopefully we get one of the famous Barbie knife catches. Hopefully. We'll see. The famous
I dropped my phone. It
Oops.
was us. Get that off of there.
Oh, yeah. Still the scale promo is still going on. Correct. Yes. It is an add-on. So you don't have to choose it if you don't want it. But if you want it, make sure you choose it. You click on it when you check out.
Terry's saying you want it.
You want it. You know you want it. How's your car? Did you get to drive it at all this last week?
Yeah, I drive it all over the place, probably more than I should. I did take it to the shop it was supposedly serviced in May, but I wanted my guy to have eyes on it since I do drive kids in it. So it's at my mechanic this morning. Yeah, I've been driving it
Nice.
a lot. So
It's a beautiful car.
I keep having good surprises with it. Like I felt totally irresponsible just running out and buying a random Mercedes, but everything's been a good surprise. Like I thought I was the third owner. It turns out I'm the second owner.
Oh, that's a good surprise. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh no, I just moved. So I used to live there. Now I moved here 2 years after I bought it. I'm like, holy crap! I just bought a second owner car.
And a classic. It's like,
yeah. It's almost 40 years old. I'm the second one to own it. Where is it? Area 30. Secret code.
Let us know if you got one. There's only 30 of them.
I want to know who got it.
Who got
Reset.
it?
Who needs a reset?
Miss Trading.
First one I saw too, an ICT. Probably sure an ICT trader with that level of cleverness.
Winning. Awesome job. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. We will have more giveaways throughout the day. If you missed that one, I gotta be fast. What do you think about the price action?
It's pretty boring.
Hmm.
I am still watching to see if it starts reclaiming here. The problem is it's not really set up the obvious. So if we'd gone in and filled that gap, it's obvious, okay, we can try along. It went to half gap. So that's not obvious for me, but this is looking like it's wanting to kind of retest some of Monday's levels. So those are those ones that I had marked out on here. We got Monday's low coming up at 66.61 and 3/4. And then we've got Monday's close. Those are all kind of easy targets if this thing continues up. But right now, I wouldn't want to just flat out buy this because I'm seeing swing high, swing low, swing high. So this is something that's pretty likely to come back down and retest. But we'll see. Might be getting a little bit of a breakout too. But I'm exercising extreme caution today. I got a little bit of a scalp, so I got an account that I wanted to move. So now I can be more cautious. And I want to see this really either retest or hold above before I try to get in any longs. But this is kind of the spot around 66.32 because that's when this is the Sunday open. That's basically the Sunday open level there is what I'm watching. Because holding above that shows that we're wanting to not fill that gap a little bit, at least not yet. Until the next tweet.
Yeah. And it might happen when we're sleeping. So frustrating, but it's just part of it. We can't catch all the good moves. Have to leave.
I stopped getting bothered by that. I don't know why. I don't get bothered when I come to the chart and I see a really nice move that I miss because it's just a fact of the market. We're humans. We don't stay up 24 hours a day. And even if we did, we would go crazy staring at charts all day. So the job is to come to the market when we're able to and plan our trading and create our trading plan around that. And that outlook has just gotten rid of all that. But I know I don't have to make $3,000 today to meet my goals. I can do it over time. It doesn't all have to be done all at once. And I can wait for the real setups because they are coming. They always do come.
Yes.
Gotta wait.
Such a good reminder. They always come. And sometimes I think when those moves happen overnight, it seems like during New York, like it'll digest it usually. I mean, sometimes like I've seen we'll just like kind of range trade within that move, but New York is wild. It can reverse everything. I just keep thinking back to that yen carry trade night where people were talking about circuit breakers. And then when New York opened, it 100% reversed the move, like the entire move.
It's pretty normal. I'm seeing a level up here at 4060. Oh, that's a quant. It could get a little bit tricky when we get closer into the 50 level too. We'll see. The thing is, if you buy the highs here, where's your stop loss? So that's why I would be wanting to. It's showing a willingness to move higher, and I want to see a retest that holds as well. I don't have a real clean entry on this either way, honestly. The one that I kind of had happened real fast, so I don't. It's gone.
Nick asked what I need to do when coupon is released on the giveaways. Yes, you put it into the code, the coupon code, when you're checking out. So a lot of people will already have like the screens pulled up, waiting for a possible code drop.
I'm also kind of watching tech over here too. You can tell I had to restart my computer. I got that stupid blue thing on all my charts. But a lot of tech had made that initial move lower and is now kind of holding too. So this is the kind of thing I watch. This is kind of a market internal to me. The big mega tech stocks. If one of them's doing something really dramatic, the market's going to have a hard time moving the other way. So we had NASDAQ but NVIDIA, which kind of is NASDAQ some days, making a big dramatic move lower, and it's still kind of hanging low. So I'm watching that one for sure. The semis, we're on a bit of a tear, so they may be lagging a little bit now while the rest of the market catches up with them. See if we get that basically I'm looking for a new swing low. I'm back on my messy chart. Basically, I'm looking for a new swing low that would be probably above this regular trading hours VWAP. We could just end up really choppy too. So that's kind of the problem. That's why you really got to be careful where your stop loss is, because we could just be digesting a little bit too, especially before it's Powell.
Yeah, I think I want to be done before Powell too, Barbie. I think I'm just going to chill and watch our other hosts streaming on the MyFundedFutures stream. It is nice. I love putting on streams, and then as I'm doing other things and getting other work done, and then I feel like I'm still participating too without having the chart open, and you can still like hear people talk about trading.
I still value my time away from the charts. I feel like that's when my brain gets a full reset, and I have to not be hearing about charts for a little bit. That's why I take my evenings so seriously too. I full disappear, and that's because I'm not doing charts.
Yeah, I do that.
Balance.
I do that when I watch The Real Housewives. Oh my gosh, there's so much happening. Oh, I just saw some headline that one of the people got arrested for fraud from The Real Housewives of Potomac. Wild. So much is always happening in the world. Yeah, it is nice to unplug.
They have a Real Housewives of Potomac?
They do. They have so many different ones.
Very specific.
That one came out, I feel like after maybe Atlanta. When are they going to have one, a Real Housewives of South Dakota? No. I'm surprised. Oh, there was one for Texas. I think there was a Dallas one. That would be fun to see Barbie on Real Housewives.
Yeah, you know, I love the drama.
What about Wyoming, Ezra says?
Very, very, very slow market here at the weekly
Mm.
open. That's kind of a bummer. Show us your cards, market.
Yeah. Anyone in any longs? Type in 1 if you're in longs or if you took some profits on this bounce, or you're waiting for some longs too. Like trying to be patient here. Amanda, Sonic, Dominic. Nice. Craig is being patient. No trade.
Would be interesting if it goes up and tags some of that Monday stuff, though. I think that might be the name of the game here.
Mm.
Just to see how we feel about Monday.
Yeah. Go and check it out.
Yeah, the tick index is hanging around the midpoint right now too, so it's pretty quiet. Kind of a point of decision here.
Mm.
But you know how the market's been. It likes to find a range and stick to it until we have drama. That's the kind of market we're in right now.
Mm-hmm. The drama.
It's kind of lack of drama until it just takes it in all at once and has a complete meltdown. There's so Meep67 says that he's good at the choppy range days. You've probably been doing pretty good lately then until Friday, and then you stay out Friday, right? And then wait till it gets back in that range. I do like when we establish a really obvious range in the morning and then you can just kind of hit it a little bit over the lunch hour, but we don't get those days that often. I don't really count on that setup.
Mm. It's reaching for a VWAP on my MNQ chart. It's looking like it wants to take out that. We'll see if it takes it out. The 5-minute opening range candle, the high of NQ is 24,642. It sure wants to. It's flirting. The market's so volatile, I just wouldn't put it past like anything. If we get a 100-point 5-minute candle, it can move, right? Yeah, anything can happen.
Don't think we're gonna get 100 points without a catalyst.
Yeah. This candle is 50 points, or the previous 5-minute candle. 50 points in just one micro. That would be like $100. Size accordingly.
Seeing if the VIX wants to get through the support level here too. So VIX has a gap below. See if VIX wants to enter its gap here.
Christopher says still doesn't compare to April ATR.
It does not. That's the thing, is like now that we've been through April, it's like, what's going to impress us now? Seriously.
Yeah. The red days and the green days around
We are
that
getting
time.
over that little spot there. So see if we get up to 66.60 now. We need to get back up to 6767.
67. I just pictured the young kids just like dying over laughing. You're hearing us talk about 6, 7.
That's a new target, huh? Yeah, when are we going to get ES 7777?
Yeah.
It's trying to average down SPY calls aren't even down that much, so that's kind of interesting. The market is holding some confidence here.
ES is looking stronger.
Oh yeah, NASDAQ is kind of lagging back there. Come on, girly. Get with the program. ES wants 66.60. Rat Motor has some resistance down here in the 40s. Yeah, I'm really kind of watching these 50s levels too. Because, wait, where did my other chart go? We've got this wick low from the other day. Let me mark this one. I had it marked on my other chart. This was the pre-market low before yesterday around 53. So that's why I kind of marked that purple box there is kind of a zone. I am expecting kind of some trouble for the longs there. If we want to be really, really, really boring, it could end up getting stuck in this little pocket here. Hopefully, we get a little bit more volatility than that, because we do have all of these levels up here. Like if we can come up here and kind of meet some resistance, put in a higher low, then it has a good chance of filling in some more of this pre-market area before we get back up to the close. So the close up there is at 66.8975. If I have that right. So I was going to be looking kind of just under that 66.90 level if we get there. But that's on days like today, when the market's really kind of trying to digest some big dramatic something that happened. A lot of times that's the way we play it, is just level by level, just taking it a level at a time. So we held the 66.11 and we held the 66.32. Now we're up here in this zone around 53 up to 60. We'll see what we can do up there. That's how I do it anyway when we get these hard spots. I like a good strong reversal, but the strong reversal I feel like would have been down here. and pull this chart out. I just didn't want it to get this. This is a drama candle, so it squishes my chart up weird. But I was really looking to see if we can, what's going to happen here. And without a really strong reversal signal that I was potentially looking for down here, it's just level to level.
Emma caught 400 points in the short from overnight. Congratulations, Emma.
Nice. Yeah, where is Keith? Did he not think I was working today?
I think he has a new day job, I believe. Yeah. Sometimes
he's got to get some more money to buy me some more stuff. Right?
Yes. The gold Rolex.
I'll buy myself that. So we're in that kind of zone that I had drawn out, or we're getting towards it. We just kind of tested it at that 54. So this is kind of that spot that I was looking at on the other chart. You want me to trade from the pool? The pool's going to get cold here in a little bit. It'll be hot tub only. Terry, it may or may not have been here earlier. They're wondering if there's any promos coming soon.
Yes. So Matt just dropped on X that sometime this week, the special flex add-on that we have currently going on for the scale plan, that will be a promo for the core account sometime this week. We don't know when, but the existing promo right now is you can add the flex add-on onto any of the scale accounts, and that will give you the ability to request up to $6,000 every time you request, and it's completely free. It's a free add-on. So go on to MyFundedFutures to do that if you would like. Make sure you use code YouTube. It does help to support the channel. And right now it will give you 5% off. Thanks for the question. Yeah, we will find out right away when that core add-on will drop sometime this week. That is what Matt said. Oh, a question. What's the Flex add-on? So it's an additional promo that you can choose when you check out. So when you're purchasing the eval, you can, there's like a little tab and it says Flex, I believe. And then you do have to select it if you want it. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But it just gives you the ability to request a lot more money out of that account. It is up to 50% of profits instead of the traditional scale. And maybe we can have Abhishek, can you drop maybe the link of the payout amounts for the scale? That might be helpful. Thank you. Great question, guys.
I didn't have this up. Well, this is that little, I have a little scalp going that I was looking at for the 60 level here. So I'm going to take it off right before we get there. So we're almost there.
Let's go.
I do have it. You just have to imagine it right now. But I do have the stop at break even too, so I don't have to worry about it.
Danny, can we see Barbie's charts, please? Thank you.
I meant to have that up earlier and I was sleeping on it, but it was just a little almost 5-point play here just to get something else going.
Let's go. Winning. That's 2 for 2.
This is actually where the orb trade is trailing also. I can't pull that up at the same time, but we can switch over to those if y'all want in a little bit. I do have this on my orb chart, so I'm being confusing, but my charts didn't, my computer crashed because my power went out and it didn't save my charts, and you know,
dang it.
We'll fix that later.
I totally know. It's like every other morning I have tech issues.
I thought that it is trailed, buddy. It's trailed. Trailed, buddy.
Yep. I see that
if I
trail.
didn't have it trailed, it would be down here, right? It's trailed. That's trailed.
Yep.
Yeah, my power went out, and I thought, oh, I heard my battery backup kick in. Everything's fine. No.
Dang it.
Oh.
It's going. It's going. It's reaching for your TP. Let's go. Yay!
There it is.
There it is.
I know
W for
some
Barbie.
people want me to trail it really, really tight, and I don't like doing that because it gets taken out too early.
Yay!
I can switch over. So this is the orb on MES. So it did take the orb lower and stopped out. So right now this would be getting the accounts back to break even. That little wick. That's why I have the offset built into my bot, but I don't use it. So it is there if you do want to wait and not get in on those little wicks. I'm fine with them.
Let's go. 2 trades. Barbie had 2 winning trades today. I had 1, 3 trades total between us both winning. I love it. I love it when it just happens before it hits TP, before we're done with stream, Barbie. It's like a nice treat. Because oftentimes,
Happy very much. Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
like taking those reversals. So I watch the morning shake out and see if I can get a reversal out of it. Those rarely book while we're still on here.
Yep.
I remember that one we had last week. It was like perfect. It was like a few minutes before we switched out.
Yes.
And y'all are reporting some issues on Trade Evade. I'm not having the issues, but a few of y'all are saying it, so they might be having some.
Hmm. Oh yeah, it looks like a few people are talking about the issues.
Yeah, I went and checked to see if mine are having issues, and I'm not, but sometimes it will happen where it's like a partial outage, so y'all might actually be having a partial outage.
Mm.
If it's on a prop and it's a real outage, then tech support can get involved. Oh, Denny had a nice day back here too. I wasn't watching our chat. Denny cleaned up.
Denny made 3K today.
Banking
Woo!
behind the scenes.
I love that. Denny is such a good trader, you guys. Magnus, incredible traders. MyFundedFutures team. Oh, did you guys see that Rocket Scooter Matt won the whole competition at the BDH or for the BDH?
I assumed. I didn't even feel like I had to check. I assumed our guy had that in the bag.
Yes, winning.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, so he is going to go trade with Patrick at the BDH. And also, I believe he's winning $10,000 from that. Cash money.
I'm sure he is more interested in the bragging rights and proving that his trading's kick ass over anything else. So
Yeah, definitely. The bragging rights. It's big. I think Ash is in the house. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm happy seeing the MFTV team winning.
I love it. Yeah. What a great way to start the week.
Yeah, amazing job on that long there, Barbie. That was beautiful.
Oh, I only got a little piece of it. This is my bot running on another one that you came into. Yeah, I got a little manual piece of it, and the bot's getting a piece of it here too.
A win is a win. I love to see it.
It is a win. I had a hard time reading exactly which way we're going to go this morning, so I made real sure that we were really getting that rotation. So
Yeah, how do you all feel about this whole Trump thing? It feels like we're in a little more of a Trump situation versus like a technical situation.
That's why, at least in the trading ranch this weekend, we were all about the taco trade. if y'all are
Right.
familiar with that one at all. But it's basically like Trump announces something and the market has a strong reaction. And then the market realizes it wasn't really that bad after all and comes right back up both sides of the taco shell. So that's what we were playing.
That is quite literally how I feel about it too. It just seems like a bit of an overreaction there from Friday. So we'll see what the rest of the week has for us.
Sounds good. Well, Barbie and I are going to take off, Ash. Have a great show, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
All righty. Have a nice day.
Me too.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to another week in the market. How'd everybody's weekend go? How's everybody doing today? Anybody do anything fun this past weekend? Had ourselves a bit of a 3-day weekend. We didn't do a stream yesterday. I know we had Denny stream. Thank you to Denny for his time. And thank you for everybody that participated in Denny's stream, trying to find ways to better the community, trying to find ways to better the stream. So everybody that participated yesterday, thank you very much. Also, thank you to Barbie and Terry. Phenomenal information this morning. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for them. Some huge wins to start this morning. On top of Matt as well. I also saw that Matt won the competition. Go figure. The MFTV team is winning. Let's go. Congratulations to Matt for winning the competition. It just goes to show the value that they have to provide. It's not just a conversation. It's what we are actually implementing day to day. So take the information for however you'd like, but this is our journey. This is what we're doing each week. This is how we approach the markets, and any information we have to share is because we're trying to provide value every chance we can get. But good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. I hope everybody had a great weekend. The bank holidays are a day that is a scheduled break, so that's also why you saw that there was no live stream. Just a quick recap of the scheduled breaks that I have in terms of my risk management. Bank holidays, non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC. Those are times that it truly doesn't even matter what's on the screen. I'm not willing to risk, right? So it's not a technical decision. It's a risk management decision, right? It's a saving of the mental capital, saving of your emotions, your thoughts, saving that for a time where you actually want to be participating in the market, right? So just some scheduled breaks. It's really good for the mental health, the physical health. I would suggest the same for everybody here. Make sure that you're working on your health, working on your happiness, making sure your family is safe and secure. That's what truly matters in this world. That's what truly matters in this life. So don't get so wrapped up in the day trading to the point where you lose sight of those things. But W's in chat for Barbie and Terry. Huge wins this morning. Absolutely love to see it. Just going to welcome everybody into my segment, and then I'll get into some of my information. You can already see what I'm looking at here for my segment. A nice bullish unicorn, a nice breakout of the downtrend, whatever you want to call it. I really don't care, right? We broke out of the downtrend. We'll see if the area that we broke out from will provide support for higher prices. But we'll get into that in a minute. I'm going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into the conversation. Good morning, Manu. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, Camillo. Good morning, MG Wall Street. Good morning, Petron. Good morning, Ezra. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, MR Parthag. Or, sorry if I'm saying any names wrong. Please do feel free to correct me if I am. Good morning, Smoke Trades. Good morning, Violet. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, Doe. Good morning, Alec. Good morning, Security Risk. Good morning, Mathematica. Good morning, Deepa. Good morning, Cheater. Good morning, ICTNGL. Good morning, Insane Akili. Good morning, Fukra. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, Brick. Good morning, King Matt. Good morning, IRT Trades. Good morning, Noam. Good morning, Muhammad. Good morning, Lamb. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Thunderbird. Good morning, Thrive. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, Maya. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, Imas. How's everybody doing today? Anybody do anything fun this weekend? How did everybody's weekend go? Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Abil. For the ones asking, thank you very much. My weekend went very good. Mine was a pretty productive weekend. I actually did a bunch of gardening. We ripped up the old mulch. We ripped up all of the weeds. We put down a new layer of mulch. We also did some power washing. We power washed the front of the house. We power washed the driveway. It was quite the productive weekend, to say the least. So it was really nice to not have to stream on Monday because I'm a little sore. I never would have thought power washing was as hard as it is, but I guess it's just something I don't do normally. Why was there no live stream on Monday? It's because it was a bank holiday. So yesterday was a bank holiday because of Columbus Day. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Columbus Day, but that was the reason for the bank holiday. Bank holidays does not mean that the market is closed. Okay, that just means the banks are. So yes, there was price action yesterday. Okay. But during bank holidays, we do not go live on the live stream. So that's why we weren't here yesterday. But yet, thank you again to Denny for coming on here, trying to better the community, better the live stream. For anybody that missed yesterday's live stream with Denny, I would also like to ask you guys and girls, throw in chat if you have any type of suggestions to the live stream. Okay, if you have something that you would like to see, whether that's new hosts or more trading competitions, or we could talk about stocks, we could talk about long-term positions, we could talk about crypto. Like, is there something that would better the education here, the experience, the community, the whole nine? If you have any type of suggestions, feel free to throw it in chat. And no, I'm not talking about more giveaways. We do more giveaways every single week. So I know you're going to ask anyways, but we already do that. And we do a lot of them. So I'm looking for suggestions in regards to the community, the information, the live stream. I could definitely talk about some cryptocurrency. I could definitely talk about some long-term positioning. I could definitely talk about some stocks as well. Those are things that I do. I just haven't been focusing on those conversations here because this is a futures day trading platform. So I've been focusing on futures day trading for this live stream. But I do have a bunch of information in regards to long-term positioning, stocks, cryptocurrency, stuff like that. I personally thought one of my suggestions that I really enjoyed was head-to-head competitions. It would be pretty awesome to do like a 1v1, me versus Nick, right? Me versus Tom, me versus Terry. Just do like a 1v1, just a one-day competition, just a 1v1 competition, or even do me versus chat. That would be cool too, to be honest. And no, not boxing, 1v1 trading, right? Like, for example, like me versus chat, we do the 10:30 to 11:30 segment of, if I make more money during my segment, then I win. If you make more money during your segment, you win. Some kind of 1v1 like that. That would be pretty awesome. I thought that was a cool idea. Right? I would love to see who the real unicorn master is, me or Nick. Who's it going to be? Who do you guys think it is? Do you think it's me or Nick? Does Nick take home the unicorn master title? Does he? He did win the first competition. So technically, Technically, he takes it home right now. So feel free to throw any suggestions in there. We'll definitely take a look. I'm going to go ahead and move forward with some analysis now. Let's make sure that we get our weekly game plan going. I'm going to, before I get to any questions or information, I'm going to get into a weekly outlook. It's the same thing, just a different week. We need to prepare ourselves. We need to set a game plan. We need to do a top-down analysis. That way, we understand what we're looking for. We have a game plan to execute on, and we have information that is identified and defined. So we'll come back to this, all right? We will come back to the position. Yes, this is what I'm watching for my segment, but we still need to get our weekly game plan done. We still need to get our weekly outlook completed. So let's get through our assets. Let me get rid of these prior analyses, and let's get through our assets, and then we will start looking. So let's actually take a look at Euro first. That way we can end with NQ or ES. Okay, the first thing that I have to say about Euro is that we're clearly below a swing low here, and we're getting bought back inside the range. Okay. I do want to see if this is SMT against Dixie, right? So EU and Dixie are inversely correlated, right? So seeing that EU did not take out this low, if Dixie did take out the high, then that would be SMT. So let's take a look real quick. Okay, so no, there is not SMT there, right? If Dixie took out that high, then there would be, but no, there's not. Okay. But for a weekly outlook, I'm taking a look at Euro to move higher this week, and this is the reason why. We swept out all of these lows, okay? So I'm looking for a move from the external location back internal. We do not have any FVGs to target in here, but we do have a bunch of relative equal highs. Notice how each day did not take out the prior day high. Okay, so that's important. It does not look like any liquidity has been taken above the previous day highs. All right, so here's my weekly outlook for Euro. I will be looking for higher prices on Euro, and I'm going to be targeting some of these prior day highs. Okay, so we'll be looking back for a move in here to any of these previous day highs. Let's take a look at what previous week high is as well. Previous week high is all the way up there. And it has a flat top. That is important as well. Flat tops. We'll come back to that though. Either way, I'm looking for higher prices in Euro. We'll look to target some of the previous day highs in here. Okay, so all of these are targets here. I'm looking for a move from the swing low. Right, so a move from here back to some of these previous day highs. All right, very simple. If you want any kind of other terminology, it's very simple. Let's see if this area right here provides support. Let's see if we can bounce from support for higher prices. So I'll be looking for higher prices on Euro, which Dixie is the inversely correlated asset, right? So if we want Euro to be moving higher, then we would want to see Dixie moving lower. Okay, so I do just want to check one more thing. Okay, this took out previous day low. Not the third one, but the second one. Let's take a look at this real quick. Okay, so it's the same thing. But with that being said, I'm also going to look for the dollar to move back internal. All right, we ran above a swing high. When we ran above that swing high, we did so into a bearish FEG. All right, so here's the bearish FEG. Okay, so two areas to be looking for bearish price action: above a swing high or inside of a bearish FEG. And after going above the swing high, we do have an FVG to target, so as an internal location. So we'll see if Dixie can move lower to this FVG. In much simpler terms, right, I'm just going to point to the area that I'm looking for price to move to. It took out a swing high. After taking out the swing high, I'll look to see if price can move lower to the FVG. Okay, so bullish on euro, bearish on dollar. Take a look at oil. Oil is currently taking out a swing low here on the daily chart. Right, here's the swing low. If we close back inside the range, the range being this swing low, then I will look for a move back to this FVG here. Okay, so key understanding here for this bias is that I want to see today's daily candle closure. It's very important. If we close above this line right here, if we close back inside the range, then I will look for a move higher to this FVG here. If we go and slam price lower today and we do not close back inside that range, then I will not look for this move to the FVG. So the key here is understanding today's daily candle closure. If we close back inside the range, then I'm looking for a move to here. If we do not close back inside the range, then I'll look for a continuation lower. Okay, so that's what we'll be looking at for oil. NQ and ES. This one is tough, to say the least. In my opinion, that's why I brought it up to Barbie. I was looking for her opinion as well. I honestly believe that last week's reaction to the Friday news, okay, I think that was an overreaction to the news. Okay. On Friday, Trump had talked about tariffs that sent price 4% lower. But in my opinion, it still looks like we're still holding the trend, right? If there was a trend line here, right? We're still holding that bullish trend. Okay. So I don't think the bears have stepped in yet. I don't think that news was something that changed the market structure. Okay, so this is less of a technical analysis and more of a fundamental analysis. So, for example, if you go and look at all the bank earnings, they had some strong earnings, right? So there's nothing really other than this overreaction kind of stating that we've changed the overall trend, right? In terms of a fundamental analysis, the companies are doing well, the banks are doing well. Trump even didn't he go back and redact his statement? Feel free to throw that in chat if anybody knows the answer to that. I do believe he went back and redacted the statement and said that it was like a misunderstanding or something. Okay. So again, I don't think that we've lost our trend, right? The bullish trend, the trend that keeps sending us to new all-time highs. In my opinion, I think that Friday's price action was just an overreaction to that news that dropped. Now, in terms of technical analysis, I can't point to swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs here because it's not a technical analysis. That's what I'm trying to say here. It's more of a fundamental analysis. It's more of a Trump-driven analysis, right? So for all of you algo believers, the people that think the market is ran on an algorithm, what do you have to say about Trump's tweet, right? The man is capable of putting a tweet out there and changing the direction of price, right? Is that an algorithm or is that a human being? Right? Is that a human being making a decision that affects the market? You understand what I'm saying? I know there's a lot of people in here that like to believe that the market is ran on an algorithm. And here's one of those instances, right? Trump made a decision to tweet something, and look at what happened to price. Right? So, in my opinion, I don't think the bulls are done yet. I don't really have technical analysis for this. If we want to look at technical analysis, it's still also a bit indecisive. Okay, why is it indecisive? Because when I look at information, I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Right? Currently, we've reacted to both. Right? We reacted to a swing low here, and we got bought up. And now we're reacting to a bearish FEG here. So we're kind of just stuck within the range of Friday's candle, which makes it look like consolidation. Okay, so now if you want to talk about like a technical analysis, the technical side of things is I would wait for more information here. Right? I would wait for more decisive price action to have a clear bias. I would lean bullish because of the overall trend, right? Give me a second. All right, I would lean bullish because of the overall trend. It's very clear that we're in an uptrend and we haven't broken that uptrend yet. So I would still be leaning bullish, but in terms of intraday action, intraday biases, right now it's a bit indecisive. We're just right inside of Friday's daily candle range. So we also have Powell coming up here. So that's another key thing to point out. That leaves me with an indecisive bias, right? So oil, the dollar, euro, those were things where I could point to a specific technical analysis that allowed me to move forward with a bias. NQ, ES, they're sitting in a position where I would need more information, right? I would need more definitive information to give me a clear bias. So in that situation, in my opinion, I'll be waiting for that information. I do not need to force a bias upon the market. I do not need to force a position upon the market. I can choose to wait and be patient until I get better information. Right? So for that reason, I'm neutral on NQ and ES. For that information, I'm waiting until there's definitive information stating a very clear bias. So for the individuals that have been spamming chat, asking me if I took this position, it's very simple. I am currently in my live account, right? And there is no position shown on the screen, right? So like when I'm in a trade, you can see the trade, right? Usually there will be a P&L line right here saying, you know, plus 500, minus 500, blah, blah, blah. You can see where I entered because there's an arrow pointing to the entry, right? I show my executions. I show the trades. It's very simple. There's no trade on. You can see it right here. And 1,000 units. What is this? First of all, trading view. What are you trying to make me blow up the account, or was that something we talked about on? Maybe that was from Friday or something. But 1,000 units. Geez, let's instantly get that off the screen. What? Talk about a blown account. I mean, that would just ruin the live account instantaneously. Jeez. Scary. Let's go ahead and make sure that's not over here too. All right. Trying to give me a small heart attack. Jeez. See, it could be that simple. It could be that simple, chat. If you don't pay attention to as simple as a market order, you can ruin everything that you've accomplished. It could really be that simple. You having a lapse in decision making, you having a lapse in attention or focus to your business and you placing a much larger trade than you should have. It could be that simple to blowing your account. So make sure you're always doing your due diligence beforehand. Make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing. You're not just impulsively acting. All right. So for the individuals asking me if I'm in the trade, you can see it here. There is no trade on the screen. I am not in the trade, but that doesn't stop me from working. That does not stop me from learning. That does not stop me from trying to document, better my business, gain more education, gain more experience. I'm looking for higher prices here. I want to see if the weekly opening price, right? So it seems as if they started the week gapping up here, right? So look at this gap here. Pretty impressive gap, to say the least. So this gap here, we closed the week here. We opened the week here. Nice 80-point gap there on ES. We closed the week here. We opened the week here. A nice 350-point gap there on NQ. It seems like that gap may have some sort of significance. So for that reason, I'm looking at the weekly opening price here. Okay, I'm looking to see if the weekly opening price can provide any type of support for price. All right, so now we're shifting away from a weekly outlook, and we're now talking about an intraday information. Okay, so notice how every time we do analysis, we always do it from a top-down point of view. That's because I want to be aligned with the higher time frame. The higher time frames hold more influence. So, right, we're always going to do our weekly outlook. We're always going to get our game plan set. We're always going to get a bias moving into the week. Right now, I'm looking to see if the weekly opening price can provide support for higher prices. Now, however you want to say this, again, I truly don't care about the terminology, right? So we came down to the weekly opening price, okay? Right, we moved lower into the weekly opening price, and then we broke out of the downtrend, right? We were in a downtrend until this moment in time right here. We broke out of the downtrend. Now I'm looking to see if that area provides support for higher prices, right? So breakout, retest to the area that we broke out from to see if we can continue higher prices from an area of support, right? Or if you want to use different terminology, I'm looking at this breaker plus FVG, right? You have swing low, swing high, new low, new high. So you have a breaker, and then there's a fair value gap right there. So you do also have a breaker block plus fair value gap. And so that's why you saw that on my screen heading into the session. This is what I'm watching for today. If we were to get higher prices, I'm looking for the area that we broke out from to provide support for higher prices. Okay, so it's the same thing on NQ. I really don't have to go over it. It's literally the same analysis, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but here it is here. So we could also watch this on NQ. Same exact position as ES. And now the last thing that I would have to say is understanding the important times. Right? What do we have today, chat? Who's coming up soon? Who's coming up soon? Papa Powwow. J Powell himself. Right? So if there was two people that could move the market, Trump or Powell. Right? So here it is over here. Right? We have Powell coming up at 12:20. So this helps you understand another reason why I'm not in this position, right? I'm okay with allowing Powell to say whatever he wants to say. I do not have to lose money to whatever Powell's going to say in an hour and 20 minutes from now. I do not need to trade every single day, right? So anytime that you're not willing to take the risk, it's always better to just stay on the sidelines and save that mental capital for another point in time when you're willing to take the risk. Okay? So we have no clue what Powell is going to do, right? I'm not going to try to forecast what Powell is going to do, right? I'm also not going to risk because of Powell. So notice how sometimes it doesn't matter what's shown on the screen, right? Because in terms of my model, in terms of day trading, this is the type of position I would execute. This is a breaker block plus an FEG during New York Open, right? So it is the type of position I would execute, but the logic to the position is the reason why I'm saying no thank you. All right, so that is the top-down analysis. That is the intraday analysis. Now we can move into some questions and answers. I'll hop back over to chat. So sorry if I missed any questions. Throw the questions back into chat. I was focusing on the analysis first. I wanted to make sure I got through my game plan, got through my process, making sure my justifications to my actions are completed first, because that's what running a business is. All right, so let me hop over to chat now. If you have any questions or comments regarding any of that analysis, feel free to throw it in chat. Just going to take a quick sip of water, and then we'll get into some questions and answers next. All righty. Thank you for your patience. I've made it over to chat. So if I missed any of your questions or comments, feel free to throw it in the chat again. Now I'm in chat, so I can go over any questions. If you want to ask anything to do with this business, anything to do with trading, anything to do with technical analysis, my model, it could also be about Trump. It could also be about crypto, whatever you want to talk about in regards to trading, feel free to throw it in chat now, and we'll start to go over it. How do you know when to stay out? For me today, the reason why I'm staying out is because I cannot accept the risk. So it's not a technical decision, right? It has nothing to do with what's on the chart. It is a personal decision of whether I'm willing to lose money today, yes or no, right? So a price action pattern is not enough to make a decision, right? There's other things that go into it that help me make that decision. Ash, how can you trust the unicorn model specifically? Do you not believe the market is random? I do believe the market is 100% random, but I do need to have justifications to my actions to understand how or why I do something. So it's not a matter of whether I trust the model. It's more of a matter of that is something that I can identify. That is something I can define. So I understand how to execute it, and that's why I use it. Right. So there's been many times where the model fails. I do truly believe that the market is random, but this is the reason why I do it right here. Right. So I know when to enter the market and where. Right. So the beginning of the breaker and when the model is confirmed. That would be when and where. And then I also understand the risk that goes with it. I always enter at the beginning of the breaker and I put a stop at the low. Those are the things that matter, is having justifications to your actions that help you get in and out of the market. Now, what the market is going to choose to do, I do believe it's random. I do truly believe the randomness of price action. So I'm not going to sit here and say that the model is the reason for the withdrawals I've taken. I think it's the fact that you can create a game plan and execute it with strictly defined risk management. Morning, Ash. How many points do you target on average? A 1 to 2 risk to reward. So it's not an average amount of points. It's a risk management. So I always enter at the beginning of the breaker. I always put the stop at the low, right? So 2R of that risk would be what you're looking at. Sometimes the breaker is only 50 points. Therefore, the 2R would only be 100 points, right? So it's a matter of price action. It's not the amount of points, right? So, for example, the ranges are much larger right now because of the news that we're seeing in the market, right? So, with larger ranges, you need to change your position sizing. Right? I would not take a mini on this position because the ranges are too large. Just go with the micros to position size accordingly. People think trading makes them smarter or better and get triggered by the word gambling when it is gambling. In my opinion, I also believe that it's gambling, right? When you risk money to either make money or lose money, that is a gamble. That is taking a risk. So no matter whether you have a game plan or not, when you risk, right? Right, gambling with an edge, exactly. So whether you have a game plan or not, you are risking money to see if you can make money or can't make money, and you also can't determine what's going to happen, right? So what's not gambling would be, right, like working a 9-to-5 job. You have to show up. If you decide to put in a certain amount of time, then you get a paycheck from that. That is something that has some degree of certainty. There is no degree of certainty in the market. So I don't really, you're allowed to think whatever you want to think. I'm not saying that I'm right or wrong. I'm just sharing my perspective. I'm sharing my opinions as well, just like everybody else is allowed to share your opinions as well. Right? So whether you think it's gambling or not, it's completely okay. You're allowed to have your own perspective. You're allowed to share your own thoughts. And there is no right or wrong. You are completely allowed to have your own opinions. Ash, can you please elaborate more on the flat candle? So, all right, so let's take a look at NQ. All right, so let's look at NQ. Notice how the candle is flat here. Price, when this candle started, price never went below the opening price of this candle. Right, that's what a flat candle top or a flat candle bottom would be. Now, if price never went below that candle, that means there's no manipulation below that opening price, right? For people that look at liquidity, they try to look at areas of liquidity on the chart to help the direction of price or to help positioning, right? This would be an area of liquidity is what it comes down to. So a flat candle bottom or a flat candle top, at some point in time, price is going to need to reach into that area, right? So, for example, right, when I'm bearish, I like to be bearish inside of bearish FVGs, all right? So notice how price tapped into the bearish FVG. That would be an area to become bearish. And then we went to the form of liquidity, the liquidity being the flat candle. Right? So it's just an area of liquidity is what is what the overall answer would be. Whether you want to position yourself at that location or look for price to reach towards that location, that's what I would use it for. As an area to target, whether that's for price to move in that direction or to position yourself there, right? So this morning's example is we're looking to position ourselves there. We came down into this important area, then we looked for the trend to change, right? So that's why we're looking at this position here. Okay, so it's just an important area in price action is what the overall answer would be. Very good question, though. When you know NQ moves 150 to 200 points at least in volatility per day, risk management is key. Risk management is always the number one priority. No matter how many points it moves, if you don't focus on risk management, you're going to have a really tough time in this business. That is the number one priority at all times. Ash, what do you think about negative RR? I think you should do anything that you need to do to be profitable. And when I say profitable, I'm not talking about a winning trade. I'm not talking about a winning back test. What I'm talking about is you have more income than expenses. So no matter how you get to the moment of time where you have more income than expenses, that's what truly matters, right? So what I'm trying to say is if you use negative RR, but you're making more withdrawals than you are paying for accounts, continue to keep doing that, right? The only thing that matters at the end of the day for me and everybody else here is that we find some sort of way to take more money from the market than we put into the market. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter when you do it. The only thing that matters is that your bank account is going up. Do what it takes. Find a system that will result in that outcome. I don't care if you do breakouts. I don't care if you do trend lines. I don't care if you use divergences. I don't care what you use. All that I care about is that we're making money. That's what it comes down to. Are you spending more money? Or is your income larger than the amount that you're spending? Right? Like, for example, do you even have an expense spreadsheet showing whether you are profitable or not? Like, are you even tracking these things? Do you even have an expense spreadsheet showing all of your expenses versus your income? Or is this just a hobby? Is this just some kind of game to you? And I'm talking to everybody here, just so everybody understands. I'm not talking to anybody specifically. I'm talking in general. These are the things that, you got to give your business the respect that you would want to see in the results. This is a general statement for all individuals. Yo, Ash, I got my first payout from MyFundedFutures. Congratulations. Very good job. Use part of that to open another eval, which I failed. Thoughts on just having... Sorry, I don't know why I can't read what just happened there. I don't know. Thoughts on just having the one. I'm pretty close to parameters for live anyways. Well, if you're going to be moved to live, you will only have one account. So if you're talking about just focusing on one account, if you are close to being moved to live, you will only have one account when you get moved to live. So in terms of just focusing on one account, then you might as well if you're at that point of almost being moved to live. Right? They don't allow you to have multiple live accounts. You have one live account. So yeah, you might as well just focus. I got like 10 to 12 days of $100 to hit the live account. Yeah, you're right there at the finish line. Finish it up. All right, get into the live account. Get into the live account. Get used to trading only one account, because when you are in the live account, you will only have one of them. And if you lose the live account, can you still trade with MyFundedFutures? I haven't experienced that yet, so I'll have to go and ask them for that answer. I have not lost my live account yet, so I don't have the experience to say yes or no. I haven't been in that situation yet. The live account that I have is about 5 months old. I've yet to blow it up. So if I ever blow it up, I'll let you guys know, and then I'll let you guys know what the answer to that is. But until then, I haven't experienced that yet. How do you become mentally strong in the markets? In my opinion, conviction is built through experience, right? Put more time in, gain more experience, right? Like, how long have you been in the markets? I've personally been staring at these screens for the past 7 years. So my conviction comes through showing up to the market and watching the way that price moves every single day. In my opinion, conviction is built through experience. Is trading news gambling? Absolutely, without a doubt. You have no clue what the news is going to present. So if you're going to risk that, then without a doubt, that is gambling. Yeah. Ash, since when did you become profitable? It took me a while, and I have no problem saying that. My first year was pretty good. I truly believe that it was beginner's luck. I made a few $1,000s in my first year. I instantly took my wife on a vacation. I then came back, and my second and third year were horrible. It was just blown account after blown account after blown account after blown account after just strategy hopping, trying something, it didn't work, trying something else, it didn't work again. I would just continuously try new things, trying to find like the secret answer, just to find out strategy hopping is even worse than sticking to one system. So that was something that helped me become profitable, was realizing just sticking to one system and focusing on risk management instead of focusing on the best type of strategy is the answer. Risk management is the actual holy grail. Once you can decide to, instead of trying to search for the perfect way to trade, that you decide to focus on risk management, that's when I think you're going to start to make progress. And for me, that was in my fourth year. So it took me 4 years to even see some sort of progress. And with that being said, becoming profitable does not mean you stay profitable. Just because you were profitable once, that does not guarantee that you will always be profitable thereafter. It's always a battle, right? Even when you become profitable, you will go through peaks and valleys. You will go through ups and downs. You will go through good times and bad times. So just the word profitability, it's something that we always work on. It's not a guarantee. There is no guarantee at all in this market. So you have to be willing to be a student. You have to be willing to work and learn through good times and bad times. I'm still a student of the market, and I'm 7 years in. I'm still willing to learn. I'm still willing to put in the time and continuously work towards this. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh year has gone good. So I'm happy about that, but I'm not naive to think that things can't turn around. I will keep working and learning every chance I get. Very good question, though. Very good question. I do have about 10 minutes left here until Tom shows up. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Definitely stick around for Matt's segment. Go and ask Matt how the competition went. I would love to hear about that competition. Definitely throw a bunch of W's in chat for Matt and make sure to congratulate him when he gets on live stream, because what a performance. Phenomenal job winning that competition. Ash, why are you looking at the unicorn on ES and not NQ? We are watching both of them. I understand that the chart is on ES, but I pointed to the same exact position on both charts. So I am watching both of them. Hey, there we go. Ready? Take a look. Use code UNICORN30 for 3 free core accounts. Holy cow, we're doing core accounts today. UNICORN30 for 30 free core accounts. Wow. That's a huge W right there. That is a massive W. Massive. So throw a W in chat if you're able to get one. If you're able to get one of the accounts, throw a W in chat. Nope. Oh, not working actually. Okay. Okay. Let me take a look. Let's see. Hold on. Everybody said not working. Oh, maybe the code. Let's see. Maybe we got to redo it. Hold on. Yep, he said 1 second, chat. Okay, so we'll fix it in a second. Give us a second here. Just give it a second. We'll do. We'll fix it. Perfect. All right, there's a confirmation there. We're gonna fix it. It actually didn't go through this time, so give us a second. We'll get it fixed. But yeah, as you were asking, I am looking at the same exact position as ES. It's just I was on the ES chart. It is the same exact thing for both of them. So this is what I'm looking at moving forward. Right, for both NQ and ES. Weekly opening price to see if that provides any support. All right, here's that weekly opening price. Oh, wrong chart. Here's that weekly opening price there on NQ. Okay. Seeing if the weekly opening price could provide support for higher prices. We got a little breakout from the downtrend. We're seeing if that area that we broke out from will then provide support for higher prices. If anybody didn't see a Bishek's message there in chat, if by chance there was a charge on that giveaway, just submit a ticket to the support team. That was supposed to be a giveaway. We are fixing it, so just give us some time. Just throw a ticket in there to the support team if by chance it came to that. So, any last questions? Got another 5 minutes with you all before Tom comes up next. When you discovered your model, how did you backtest it with all the nuances? I forward test. Again, I'm truthfully not an advocate of backtesting. There's a lot of delayed gratification that comes with live price action, right? So, for example, we're on a 15-minute chart, and this candle does not close for another 5 minutes, so you have to wait another 5 minutes to get new information, right? So I gained my experience from showing up to the market each morning and conducting the model. And yes, I had to wait for new information until the next day to gain more information, right? That's the delayed gratification that a lot of people do not want to go through. But patience is truly a virtue in this market, right? Like you need to actually have patience to conduct yourself properly in this market. And that's another example of that. If you're going to try to rush through your data by trying to backtest as quickly as you can to get to a conclusion, that's the impulsiveness that I'm talking about, right? Like you have to build patience. Oh, all right. Round 2, chat. I feel like this one's the one this time.
It's giveaway time. The buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a major
Use code UNICORN30 V2 version 2. Use code UNICORN30 V2 for 30 free core accounts. Let's see if we get it this time, chat. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one. W. Got it. Got it. W. GG. Got it. Very nice. All right. Looks like it went through this time. Congratulations to the individuals that were able to get one. W, it worked. GG. Let's go. Congratulations. Love to see it. Another day, another giveaway. I really am truthfully thankful for the amount of value that MyFundedFutures provides. I mean, I've been doing this stream for what? It's been since April, right? So we're basically at 6 months, and I don't think there's been a day where we did not do a giveaway. It's just truly incredible, the amount of value that's provided every single day. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely amazing. So just some closing thoughts here to round out my segment. I would not be surprised if they're just going to wait around for Powell. We have Powell coming up at 12:20, so in about another hour from now. So just some stuff that I'll be looking forward to is exactly what's shown on the screen. Even with Powell coming up, I'm still going to be looking for the area that we broke out of the downtrend to act as an area of support, right? So I would not be surprised that Powell will make that decision, right? When Powell comes up and speaks, I would not be surprised if that's when we actually get the move that we're looking for, right? Powell has the ability to induce volatility into the markets. So I'm still looking at the same exact information. All I'm saying is moving forward is be aware that Powell's coming up at 12:20, and also realize that, you know, price is going to anticipate Powell, right? So I wouldn't be surprised that they just consolidate for the next hour until Powell gets up there and talking. And when Powell gets up there talking, that's when we get the decision of whether this is wrong or this is right. All right. So I'll be watching the same thing moving forward. Thank you for your time today. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat. That way we can welcome Tom to the stage. Thank you all for your time. I'm very excited to get another week of work in with you all. Let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage, and I'll hand the mic over to him. I will see you all tomorrow.
Welcome, everybody. Hello. It's good to be back. Thank you, Ash. Thank you again. W's for Ash as well in the chat. Awesome session, as always. Thank you so much, Ash. Lots of value, and I always listen into the segment. This was just amazing. And particularly, you know, when you guys were asking about like is it ever going to stop? Like, you're, you know, just because you become profitable, like, the learning, it's never going to stop. But we're going to talk about that anyway. Hello, everybody. How was the weekend? Or actually not a long weekend for some of you, maybe. But yeah, yesterday the markets were open. So, yeah. Hello. Special hello to the mods and the hosts. Abhishek, hello there. Denny and Magnus. And I don't know who else is here, but welcome, guys. Good to see you. How's the day so far? I hope you guys are printing money. Volatile market. Yeah, this was. I mean, if some of you are ICT traders or in smart money, I mean, everybody was watching that new week opening gap high, right? So, yeah, it was. Oh, no, don't say that. Read my hand. Hello. Hey there. I can salute you guys. Welcome to the stream. So anyway, this was quite an interesting day. I'm not surprised on the drop to 482, by the way. The favorite, the VWAP is there. Hello there, VWAP. Welcome, the VWAP. It's not my department, Abhishek and Denny and Magnus, they are handling this stuff. It's not my department. So you can reach support on the website. You can reach the support on the website in the chat window. Okay. Or if there's some questions, maybe the Discord mods can help you out. There are some, yeah. So you can get some answers there. So Ricky, hey there. So this was not a surprising market open. Actually, I would be more surprised if at the open the price would be, spiking higher instead of trying to reach for that 482. Yeah, by the way, the Discord mods at MyFundedFutures, they are very, very helpful. So Ezra, good to see you. They are very, very helpful too. So I was not surprised. And actually, let's go through just a very interesting scenario here. Just a quick look back on Monday. Eventually, there was a 5 minute. I'm going to talk a little bit about yesterday. There was a 5 minute fair value gap here. And throughout the day, I was trying to go for it. Eventually, it got back up there to a 5 minute supply zone or order block, which is still up there, starting at 24,997. And the market went down from there. So there was a reaction all the way through the Asia session and down to, technically all the way down. But during the London session, it somewhat created a London low at 586. Then obviously after the kill zone has ended, we went lower. So not much to say about this. This gap was eventually the level that everybody was targeting. So no surprise on that one. I'm going to do a quick recap on what happened at the 9:30 open right here. And this was quite amazing, by the way. So here was 9:30 right there. I'm going to put a vertical line here. So we had the 9:30 open and look at this drop. Boom, straight down there. I had actually a short order from earlier. And so this trade, this was awesome. This was a real good one. I took this and I took profit at around 500-ish or 510, somewhere around there. I was a little bit scared of a bounce, but I took this short. This was nice. And, the first presentation gap or first fair value gap or whatever you want to call it, which is after 9:30, the market went back up there, and at the market open, it created a 5 minute supply zone. So a beautiful textbook supply zone. So as soon as this one started to go back into that first presentation gap, as soon as it found some support, I actually took the trade and entered another long position here. So my two trades today was this live on my stream. By the way, if you guys are new or some of you are new, I stream in London and New York, and this was my second trade. And so I'm perfectly fine with this. We went through that supply zone and that is it. So that's what happened so far. If you ask me what is the next move, well, there's a level here at 819. Good morning, Dave. Hey, good to see you, man. There's a level here at 819. It's not a zone, but somehow it... Actually, I took another trade earlier in the Asia session. So this was somehow protected, that 819 level. I think there's some buy side resting above that 819. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm definitely, for now, I'm leaning to be a little bit more bullish. And this is the area that I'm watching. Don't ask me which concept or why exactly. I was watching this on the 1 minute candle, on the 1 minute chart earlier today before the London session. And it was just amazing how these candles got rejected at this level. So I don't know. This is kind of like a 6th sense idea that this is going to go higher than 820. Otherwise, I don't have a setup. So I don't have a setup there. Anyone has questions or comments or anything, let me know. I have some good topics. Actually, a great topic for today, by the way. It's just great. We talked about this. I got this idea from Zackerman, so I don't know if he's here. He was on my stream, and it's a good idea. Yeah, let's see. Hey there, MM, what's up? Can we get a bedtime story? Yes. We can get the bedtime story, and we're going to talk about that. Okay, we're gonna get the bedtime story at the end of the session. Yeah. So anyway, this is a quick look on gold before we move further on. There is a 15-minute supply zone up there, and this is a textbook zone. So if you switch the 15-minute chart, if you guys are trading gold, I know it's an all-time high. But the zone is starting. The opening of this candle, hold on. This bullish candle is 176.2. So 176.2 would be the start of the zone. I checked everything, the 5-minute time frame, the 3-minute, the 10, everything. And no targets for me on gold. The only level I see is that 15-minute supply zone up there. And I'm not saying that today is going to go there, but, it pretty much seems like it, that it wants to retest that level. That's all. I don't see anything else. Yo, what's up? You need a haircut? Okay, you can get your, we can get you scheduled in. The waiting time right now is 2 weeks, all right? And you got to fly to Hungary. So we can get it done, no problem. So yeah, that's the only thing. And I haven't even watched ES that much. I know it went down to the new week opening gap, as you see it here, swept the liquidity, and now it's going higher. Just let me check something on ES, because if we see supply zone higher, yes, we see. Okay, so then it's okay. ES, beautiful textbook supply zone. For those of you who are trading ES, let me just explain this real quick, because I think this is a beautiful textbook level here. It doesn't get any better than this. And this is on the 1-hour chart. So you gotta be careful. Let me check it on the 15-minute as well. Why is trading view so slow nowadays? Okay, it's on the 1-hour chart. Look at this. Opening of the zone is, at least, the start of the zone is 6691.25. Okay, 6691.25. That would be a bearish order block, basically. Liquidity sweep here, right there. All right, fair value gap, most likely. Look at all this liquidity that it's taken. I'm going to give a different color to it. So all this swing high and this part of the fair value gap has been swept. And the beautiful, absolutely textbook market structure shift multiple times here on ES. Here and here as well. Changing the story to go bearish. Look at this. Here. We can put as many as we want, because this was all the way down close candles. Look at this. So many down close candles with a structure shift. This makes it even more powerful. So what I'm not saying that go full port and go long, because that's not what we're doing. All right. So that's not the thing. But this is a 1-hour supply zone. If not today, then we have a good chance by tomorrow or during the Asia session that it could be swept. All right, there you go. 28 points, 6691.25. Beautiful, absolutely textbook level. Okay, now you got to be careful. If you were looking for a pullback, by the way, this is your entry. As usually, my problem with this one is that we are entering lunch hour. So if you're looking for some fair value gap on a pullback, this could be a potential entry in this level. Even if you go with a 1-to-1, it's not financial advice, of course. Even if you go with a 1-to-1, there you go. There's your trade. There is your trade on ES. Beautiful. Absolutely textbook beautiful. Actually, early profit taking, if I would have a TP on this, I would put it to 89.75. Beautiful. Absolute. It doesn't get better than this one. It's just amazing. So this, I'm not trading ES, but if you guys are trading it, then there you go. And that's it. People believe there is no algo. Well, the thing is, there's lots of algorithms. I used to say like there's like not just one algo, that multiple algorithms for hedge funds, banks, institution players. You know. What do you mean, Meep? Let me know. You're in. What can you do for bald guy? Okay, we can get you some tattoos, maybe. All right. If you're bald, we can still get those tattoos done. All right. Any questions? Jabuz, hey there. I don't have a crystal ball, but this is something I would be looking for. Yeah, I agree with that. So let me just go back to ES just for a second. If it's not going to get taken in this New York session until 4 p.m., I can easily see it being taken out in the Asia session. So again, I'm going to mark this one 66.91. 66.91.25. And this is on the mini. All right. I don't know the exact level on the micro. I don't have it on my charts, but I would say it's about the same. So 89-ish level would be a great early TP on this one. That's it. I do feel a bit of a foam. It's such a beautiful level. Okay. Let's go back to NQ. Everybody's addicted to NQ, I know. Let me know if you have questions. Like, share. Oh, by the way, yeah. Please do like, share, and subscribe to MyFunded TV. There's so many good stuff going on. I'm not just talking about the free stuff, but all the values, information. I told you guys this should be your daily routine. You know, hit the like button. Would you like to settle in China? I don't know too much about China. I never really thought about that. Yeah, Jerome Powell is. I wonder what's he going to talk about. Yeah, no FOMO. No FOMO. So I never really thought about that. Look at that 819 that I was talking. Anyway. Maybe I should just put, I just tweeted this out over the weekend. Maybe I should just put 20 lines on the chart randomly. And when one line gets hit, I'm just going to say, look at that. I called this one out. Perfect algorithmic delivery to that level. Scheduled for 35 minutes from now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's going to start soon. I'm really curious what's he going to say. I think Matt is going to have more information about that. Yeah. Anyway, we're here to share information. We're here because it's always good to be part of a trading group, to be part of a great trading stream. You know, share the success, share the suffering, share the failures, share the stories, everything. That's why we're here. And actually, this is what I wanted to talk also today, because Zachromancer gave me a great idea earlier. Like is trading alone holding you back? That would be the main question. Like, you know, because trading alone can hold you back, especially if you're not part of a good trading community like here at MyFunded TV, right? Usually, you know, back in 2021, 2022, I wasn't really, I mean, yes, I was part of the Discord group back then, but other than that, you know, trading is usually like definitely a lonely business without a community. But what used to happen is like discipline dies in silence. That's the problem. Like when you're alone in your room with no boss, technically, quote unquote, no coworkers, no eyes, you know, on you, no one to tell you what to do. And I'm talking about trading. You think I'm wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. But we're going to talk about that too. Yeah, we're going to talk about that too, because I know if you're giving too much emphasis on other people's trading information, that can mess you up. But we're going to talk about that too, if that's what you're saying. Don't worry, I understand. I'm talking about most likely about the discipline thing. But yeah, I completely understand. So what I'm trying to say is that when trading sometimes becomes harder when you're alone, but there's pros and cons on both sides. So I understand that. Trading is not just about the charts. It's about character as well. Okay, and character is tested when no one is watching, or there is no one around you that you have to prove yourself to, just yourself. But we're going to go down into this one. So anyone can follow rules when they're being watched. And I'm talking about the normal job. If you're working at a normal 9-to-5 job and you're being told what to do, it's a simple thing to follow the rules, right? That's what I'm trying to get out of. I mean, you've been told what to do. This is your job, whether if you're just sitting at the cubicle in an office, or if you're working in a factory, wherever what you're doing, but you've been told what to do. You've been also watched and being, observed, usually. And that's understandable. And that's something we know, but trading is different because like I would say true discipline starts when no one cares whether you do the right thing or not. And that's when you really need to focus on yourself. But again, I understand the opposite as well. It's basically a double-edged sword, right? It's a double-edged sword of solitude, right? It can be both a blessing, but it can be also a curse. And it has advantages and disadvantages. The blessing part about this is that obviously when you trade, there is no boss. No one is breathing down your neck. Okay. Total freedom. Absolutely. Most likely over your time, over your style, over your risk management, that you have it. Total freedom. Everything. You have the space to develop your own process. Those are absolutely advantages. I understand that. We're going to talk about that too, like both sides. I'm going to get there as well. Because now, yeah, the other way around. Discipline on the charts. Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about both sides. The problem with this is that, like, if you're in the solitude state, like no external structure, no accountability. All right. And usually like the silence sometimes amplifies the emotion, most likely about the fear, the boredom, the greed, also the doubt. And yes, you can always learn in that silence, in that solitude, like how charts are working. You can watch some educational videos, and you can always, there's so many stuff you can learn online. But as I said, it can amplify some things. And, like freedom without a structure is basically like a chaos disguised in independence. Like usually that's what I would say. And why do I say that discipline kind of fades in silence? But don't worry, as I said, we're going to go the other way around too. Why discipline fades in silence? Because there is no feedback loop. For example, like, for example, in a job, mistakes usually getting flagged, right? Instantly. If you make a mistake in your job, obviously there's going to be someone who's going to flag you for it. In trading, the market is going to punish you eventually. Yeah, there comes the punishment instantly, more losing trades, blowing up the accounts, etc. But that was just a small example. Without an instant feedback, the self-awareness erodes. usually. Also, like there is like no witness, quote unquote, like that kind of equals to no pressure. If there's no witness, nobody around you to be accountable for or to, that means basically no pressure, and it has the disadvantages too. Humans usually behave better when observed, most likely like in a 9-to-5 job, but it's like a social wiring thing. And I know it's kind of a, maybe it's a bit of a dry topic, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. And like when you trade alone, the observer effect kind of like disappears. That's the thing. The observer effect is completely disappearing. Sometimes I do miss my old life. I'm sorry. I just needed to get this like intro here to kind of understand where I'm trying to get to. So also the next thing about why discipline fades in silence is like there's no shared energy. And I'm kind of relating back here to MyFunded TV as well, or to be part of a trading community. Like in a community, momentum is building all the time. Momentum builds every day. That's why we're here. We are repeating the same things about risk management, about the setups, about the technical analysis, everything. If you're alone, and that kind of motivation like decays, okay? It's sort of like decays completely. That's the problem. So just another, small idea or kind of encouragement why you should always watch MyFunded TV. Being part of a community. Most traders usually don't fail because they lack a strategy or don't understand the market. They fail because they run out of like self-accountability. That's the problem of trading alone, in silence, in solitude. The lack of self-accountability. All right. And because there's always a psychological aspect of this as well, like everything. Like the silent environment also has that psychological aspect. The problem with the solitude or with the silence and being totally alone, and by not getting more information from others, being a part of a trading community, that kind of isolation, because I call it isolation, it kind of breeds impulsivity. I'm sorry. As a Hungarian, sometimes it's difficult to say these words. So impulsivity, as I wanted to say, that kind of builds that up. Without anyone to answer to, you start bending your own rules. That's the problem. In solitude, if you're alone, in silence, without getting that information, without sharing your journey with someone, without getting more information, for example, here at MyFunded TV, from the hosts, from others, without getting that answer, quote unquote answer, you just start to bend your own rules. That's what happens. And you're just going to say like, oh, it's fine because I'll just move my stop here and there, just this one time, it starts with a small thing, with a single small thing. So this is something that you need to be aware of. All right. One more thing, like, the thing is like, no one knows right. And you kind of keep saying that to yourself, like no one knows it anyways, and that's a dangerous thing, because you keep lying to yourself, like no one knows it anyways, so I'm just going to bend my own rules. So what I'm trying to say is the biggest danger in trading alone isn't losing money, it's losing your standards, right? The educational stuff here and all the information, as I said, that we share. No, I didn't do a haircut, by the way. And guess what? The guy, I'm sorry, I have to stop here for a second. The guy at my barber shop, he actually went for a vacation. I'm like, what? He's going to be back on next Tuesday. So guess what? I have to wait until next Tuesday to get a haircut. I'm going to go crazy. I don't know what to do. I really don't know. Anyway. So as I was saying, don't lose the standards. That's the goal. And that's being part of a community. That's an idea why not to trade in solitude or being completely alone. The nerve of him, right? He did that to me. How often do you cut your hair? Well, if I want to look really sharp, like usually like every 2 weeks. But guess what? Sometimes I went for like 5 weeks or 6 weeks. I almost looked like Leonardo DiCaprio in what's that movie? What's that movie? Anyway, just the usual DiCaprio hairstyle. I needed to use a comb. It may be in Titanic. Yeah. Shave it off. Yeah, maybe not the Titanic. What was the movie when they were sleeping and they were sleeping and they were putting some thoughts into the minds of the other people? I completely forgot. Anyway, I completely forgot. Inception. Exactly. Inception. I love that movie, by the way. I think it's a great movie. I think it's just an amazing. By the way, speaking of movies, and I'm going to continue in 5 seconds or 10. Anybody understood Tenet? I never did understand that movie, Tenet. Never, ever. I have no idea what that movie is about. I tried to watch that movie 3 times. I have no idea what that movie is about. Nothing. I have no clue. Anyway, let's move on. Trading in solitude and in silence. That kind of, helps you to lose that standard, your basic standards in trading. And that's, I know the time backward and forward, but I still don't get it. So let's talk about how to build that discipline without the quote unquote audience, because there's no one around you when you trade, right? You have to play it on 2 screens. Maybe I'll try that. I didn't see that movie. So how to build that discipline in solitude or when you trade alone. You got to replace that external accountability with internal systems. That's why we talked about the pre-market checklist, right? Mark up your levels. That's basically acting up as your own boss. That is why it's now I'm not in a position, but it's good to see that the 819 level has been taken. Just a quick look on ES. Oh my gosh. Dude, anyone took this trade? Look at this ES trade. I feel a bit of a FOMO. I feel a bit of a FOMO here. The 1 hour supply zone perfectly. And you can say what you want. I get it. You can, and this is why I just love this. Look at the reaction on this level 6691. Look at how the market reacted as soon as entering into that zone. Obviously, it can do whatever it wants. It can do it can go much higher. But look at the initial reaction entering into the supply zone. This just basically proves my point that these zones are working. I love it. I just love it. Anyway, I wasn't expecting a move like this, but yeah. OMG. I'm going to ask Methodical Man for sure about this. Powell is short. Okay. We'll do that. But anyway, look at this. Wow. And this is, again, the 1 hour chart on ES. You guys should take a screenshot or whatever and save it for later. This is the perfect, absolute picture perfect supply zone. It's never going to get any better than this one. Never, ever. Everything is here perfectly. So it's such a beautiful. Oh, I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect trade. I mean, there is, but not really. But I'm not going to go in that. But this was a great one. Anyway, I don't want to see this because I'm just going to suffer from more FOMO here. Let's go back to NQ. I want to talk about that. And look at the 819 level. Jesus. Anyway, let's talk about the trading stuff. I mean, the psychological thing, because I'm going to lose my mind. can you explain how you draw your levels of supply and demand? Grasib, I can actually. I'm going to give you one better. If you go to my channel, it's on the upper right corner. You can see it. I've put on a video about 2 weeks ago. It's called Supply and Demand Zones, but not the way you think. That's the video. If you watch that video, it's like a 35-minute video. I perfectly explain in detail what I'm looking for when I want to do a supply, or when I'm looking for a supply or a demand zone. So it's not like a short video, but I just put it out there. So the YouTube handle is Tom Sabo Biz. You can see it on the upper right corner. Perfect example, what I'm looking for. So, Tom doesn't even hand you the mirror after a cut. Yeah, I'm just, exactly. If I cut your hair, I'm going to know it's good. You don't need a mirror. Why do you need a mirror? You know, that's it. So let's get back to that discipline thing, all right? Because I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to finish that thought process again. So replace the external accountability with internal systems like the checklist, okay? Post-market journal, by the way, we haven't talked about that too much. You can also, like, quote unquote, gamify the process, by the way. Tell us now. What do you want me to tell you? I need to get Weave Up. I can't. Barber Tom. So it seems like I have to do a barber shop. Okay, I will. So as I was saying, you can technically gamify the process. That's why we talked about the scorecards. All right. So create that scorecard. I'm gonna come back with that scorecard because I think it's a super great thing. Sabotage Barbershop. Man, I like it. I'm gonna, copyright that name. Barber with Barbie. Yeah. So, the usual answers. Did I follow the plan? Did I broke a rule? Emotional control, all that such, Weekly goal is like 20 points or higher, or 30 points or higher. I love the scorecard system, by the way. I love it. I think it's amazing. Also, you can how should I put this? Create an invisible audience. No, I know it's kind of silly, but it's not. You can pretend that someone is watching, but that's not the thing. What I'm trying to get to is that you can record your screen. You can record. I did that for many times. You can, if you start trading, you can record your screen. And nowadays all the computers can do that. You can record your screen. I'm not saying you should do that all the time, but while you're building that discipline, it's going to help you. Yeah, it might going to take like 1 or 2 hours of recording, but nowadays it's not a big deal. As I said, lots of softwares for free can do that for you. Especially when you know that you're going to review it later. And your behavior is going to change. That's going to also help you to view trading as a business. Okay. I would usually say trade like your future self is watching. I think that's the best analogy for this. Like trade like your future self is watching, because technically you are watching. The way you trade now, whatever it is that you're doing, next year, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, you're going to look back and you're going to see what you did, right or wrong. Yeah, it's a great idea, Jordan. Yes. So you're going to look back and you're going to see what you did right or wrong anyways. And it's all about basically being honest with yourself, being honest about your risk management, being honest with most likely with your risk management and your mindset. Okay. Yeah. And, talking about the community, and now I'm going to try to shift this to the other side, like why the community basically multiplies the discipline and why this is so awesome that we are all here at MyFunded TV. And by the way, if you haven't done it already, please smash that like button, smash it. You can destroy your keyboard as well if you already want to throw it out, so you can just buy a new cheap one. So smash the like. Actually, that's not it. That's the mouse. So you can smash that too. But anyways, while you're at it, you can buy a new keyboard too. Okay, so just smash everything. And So community multiplying that discipline, it definitely has an effect. A trading community isn't just for sharing the charts, because first you think like, hey, yeah, it's good to share the charts. It's always a good thing. It's sharing the energy. That's what we're really sharing. You might say, oh, that's a little bit cringe or sketchy or something. I don't know. But hey, we are sharing the energy. I'm going to let that sink in. We are sharing the energy. When others are watching you, and I'm talking about, again, a 9-to-5 job, you raise your standards subconsciously, okay? That goes the same being a part of a community, especially if you're on the MyFundedFutures Discord, if you're here in the chat and you share what you did or you being asked by others. That's why it's always good to have like a trading buddy or something like that. So you start to behave like the trader you say you are. That's the thing. Your behavior subconsciously starts to adapt as you show up every day. For example, here at MyFunded TV, you show up every day, you ask questions, you're being active in the chat. You know, and there's nothing wrong with just listening and not being active in the chat, because still lots of information is being dropped, not just free reset codes, right? Drop before, oh, everybody wants to go for that. So it's not just about reset codes. What I want to get to is like accountability is basically the stop loss for your discipline. Accountability is the stop loss for your discipline. This is like this is why communities like here at MyFundedFutures on the chat and on the Discord help people stay sharp usually, because that's the goal, is to keep you guys stay sharp. Because when you're surrounded by traders while you're doing the work, while you're doing the trading, you don't want to be the one, you know, slacking behind. And it's a good thing. We just want to keep you guys sharp and cut your hair, but that's a different thing. Okay, that's a different thing. So also, like, usually I say like there's also like a mindset shift about this. Powell in 10 minutes. All right. There's like a mindset shift about this as well. I would say like from motivation to integrity. That would be the best expression for this. So motivation fades daily. That's just a fact. Because life happens, you know, you have stuff going on in your life. It's not all about the charts. We all know that. Okay. So you need to go from like, I feel like trading well, to I'm the kind of person who trades well. So you need to shift that, like, I feel like I'm trading well, to I'm the kind of person who trades well, just to reprogram that mind. And also there's like an identity statement example here, which I'm trying to come up with something. For example, I'm a rule follower, even when no one sees it. That's kind of like a smart thing to say for yourself. I don't need an audience to perform. I perform because I respect my craft. That's kind of cool thing to say, I think. So motivation gets you started. Integrity keeps you consistent. That's what usually happens. Powell in 10 minutes. I know. So how to train that discipline in isolation or solitude? You can actually, since you're part of MyFunded TV and you're here every day, you can be to be a successful trader. Strangely, you have to be a professional from day one. Portion, I like that sentence, and you know, while it's a great sentence, I like it. Obviously, from day one, it's not really possible to be a professional, but at least act like a professional and treat your business as a professional. And I think maybe that's also what you were saying. Like, treat that business or that trading journey, or treat that trading journey as a professional or as a business from day one. That's actually part of it. Okay. You can also, for example, well, since we're here in MyFunded TV, you can just write to the chat like, I will follow my plan today. Maybe you think that no one will care, but your subconscious, your mindset will care. I will follow my plan today. And you think that's silly, but you can also just write it down to a simple post-it note. A simple pen and a piece of paper, just write it down. I will follow my plan today. For yourself. Always the most simplest things are the best ones, by the way. Always. You can also share it with the community. Your brain is going to treat that as a public contract, by the way. Just saying, because you called it out. And you think that this is a silly thing to say. It's not. It's actually working. I believe in that, by the way. Also, talking about the journal, you can journal down your emotions, not just the technical stuff. Now, usually 70%, 60% of the time, I usually journal down my emotions, how I felt, I try to answer the same questions every day as well when I do the reflecting thing. But I also try to write down how I felt like, even if I have some IRL stuff outside the charts happening that maybe distracts me, I also write it down. And this is why the journal is private. It's only to you. What happened that day? If you had a loss, if you had a win, how did you feel? What happened before trading? Some minor questions, but it's working. Track how you felt before, during and after, right? Spot those emotional patterns. And obviously you can simulate the pressure, you can use evaluation accounts to replicate that discipline, if you want to go with the bigger risk. But obviously on a funded account, everything is different. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that pressure is not going to break you, but it reveals you, your personality. Okay. And also being in solitude and trading without a community or in silence, you can treat that as a training ground as well. Usually I like that aspect because it's basically a training ground. And it has some paradox to it. And we talked about this, silence usually kills weak traders. So when someone is weak emotionally, I'm talking about the mindset, silence takes a much heavier toll on those traders. And that's why, especially when you're new in trading, the best thing you can do is being part of this stream, being part of MyFundedFutures, both on Discord and here at MyFunded TV. So that's one of the problems with silence, but obviously there are advantages too. But usually silence forged the real trading edge as well. Okay, it kills the weak traders, but it's forging the great traders too. So it's going to force you, but silence is going to force you to face your own impatience. For one example, it's going to force you to manage the boredom. Because if you're totally alone, there's going to be lots of boredom, a lot. That's why it's always good to talk about trading with someone or share everything with the community. And, it's going to force you to learn and trust your plan. It's going to force you and to learn to trust your plan. And that's actually a good thing. Solitude is where you discover whether you need an audience, quote unquote audience, or whether you can lead yourself, basically. So it has the advantages, it has the disadvantages, but it's just a thing we need to talk about every now and then. And actually, you can turn it to an advantage, by the way. You can turn, trading alone or in solitude. You can just schedule the structure like build up the daily routine, like the same start of the day, same end of the day, review daily. Powell is on. Awesome. I don't really care about Powell, but we'll see what happens. Pump and dump. Is he going to comment anything about the trade? I don't think he's going to comment too much. I think everybody is kind of waiting any kind of comment on the rate cuts, by the way. Right? Right. So anyway, it has advantages, disadvantages, and I'm just trying to finish up the thought process. There are some takeaways, I hope, from this one as well. Usually, like we talked about, like trading alone isn't the problem. Unstructured solitude is the problem usually. Okay, the traders who win alone are the ones who don't rely on others to make them disciplined, for example. But they also know when to reconnect with the community to recharge their energy. That's why it is important. So you can't hide from your habits when no one's watching. Okay? You can't hide from those habits, let it be good or bad. The market doesn't reward who's loudest. It rewards who's consistent in silence as well. And loneliness usually breaks weak traders, as I was saying, but isolation builds masters usually, like the real pros. But anyway, that's the thing. And by the way, I have an interesting question for you guys. I was kind of thinking about this, what kills more in trading, like boredom or over trading? What do you guys think? What causes more losses? You have to think about, reverse engineering the thought process here. What's going to cause you more losses? I'm just curious. Boredom or over trading? Both. Overtrade. Boredom leads to overtrading. Boredom because it leads to overtrading. I like the answers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a kind of a tricky question. The same. Yeah, I like it. It's kind of like that. That's why I was saying reverse engineering the process, because boredom kind of leads to overtrading, but eventually, I think there's no right answer to this. I was just curious what you guys think, but thank you so much for answering. Boredom leads to overtrading for sure. Exactly. Paulus here. All right. The biggest killer, revenge trading. Revenge trading is kind of like overtrading, almost the same thing. Revenge trading is technically almost the same. Yeah. Overtrading, yes. So both, every answer is a good answer here. Thank you so much for this is awesome. Thank you so much for answering. 111 votes. That is amazing. Thank you. It's good to know that you guys some of you guys at least are watching, but I know that some of these topics that I come up with could be a little bit dry or boring, but trust me on this. I'm talking about this because these are also things that we need to be aware of. This is why we're talking about this, basically the same things from a different aspect. So, it's just a part of it. So yes, there is no right answer. I think, by the way, boredom also leads to overtrading. Was there a winner? Congratulations for the winners. Yeah, Papa, look at this 5-minute supply zone up there. How far is that? Look at this. 142 points. Guys, I don't want to call this out, but algorithmic precision. Ooh. But the 24,997 kind of makes it a juicy one because we have the 25K there. Dude, we're gonna go back there. I'm gonna eat my head. I don't know. I feel a bit of a FOMO. First FOMO came because of that ES trade. So yeah. And now I kind of feel the same. Like I switched down to the 1 minute chart. I do not say, especially when Papa Powell is speaking, but yeah, no. So I'm not saying that you should take any trade, but otherwise, we have this beautiful fair value gap here. The problem is that we're in the lunch hour. Oh man, this is obviously a no trade for me. If this would not be in the lunch hour, somewhere back around 11 a.m., I would say this is a very juicy entry, a very juicy one. Look at that. Even with just one micro, actually, you cannot even go with one micro. Okay. With one micro, this trade can give you at least $220 with one micro. Interesting, right? So, no music. Yeah, there was no music. Anyway, congratulations to the winners. Congrats. I would say with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, you can put your stop. Sorry, this is not financial advice, all right? If I would be trading this and the time would be somewhere around 11, this is how I would do it. But I like that 5-minute zone up there. Better be careful. The problem is, yeah, and of course, yeah, Powell, that's the problem. And obviously be careful with the funded accounts. I don't know if, I think on the core account you can. Is this a red folder event or something? I'm not sure. I think it is. So if you have questions about that previous topic, let me know. As I was saying, Ash was talking about a great thing, like, and I wanted to talk about, I think I'm going to leave that for tomorrow because that's a very interesting one. Like, just because you become profitable doesn't mean that you stay profitable. Like, this sentence alone has so many things that we can talk about, right? Because profitability usually is not the finish line. It's basically a maintenance job. You don't achieve consistency, you basically sustain it. That's the thing about consistency. Becoming profitable proves that you can do it once. Awesome. Staying profitable proves you can do it no matter what. That's the key thing about that. Yeah, all it takes is one bad day. Exactly. One bad day. And this is why, being profitable just because you got a payout, that's awesome. Don't get me wrong. But staying profitable is a whole different ball game, because the market doesn't really care what you made last month or last week. It cares who you are today. That's what it cares about. Okay? Because like many traders treat profitability like a graduation. Like, you passed your first or second funded account and you say like, oh, finally, we arrived. Now we are ready. We can conquer the markets. Finally, we have that funded account. And again, it's a great achievement, but being profitable is innately making consistent. Yeah. Making one payout does not make you in any sense. I completely agree with that. That's why I was saying like what you traders think. So it's not a graduation, although it's a great thing and it's a great achievement, especially if you're new. It's a great achievement to get that funded account. But there are some bad expectations because they think like, oh, I made it. That's what some. I said the same thing to myself, like, I made it. But trading doesn't have a finish line. That's the thing, right? It has a daily reset button, and not that reset, by the way, what MyFundedTV gives away or what you can purchase on the dashboard. It's not about that. Your mindset has to reset every day. Okay. In reality, you can be consistent for 3 months, but then blow it all away in just one single trading day. right? Every day, the market is technically going to ask you, like, can you follow your plan today? Can you follow it? There's so many things about staying profitable, right? And that's why, yeah, staying profitable is definitely harder than become profitable. Volksport, hello there. MSG UFO, welcome. Paul is still not talking. All right. So this is a setup that I would take if it would be not in lunch hour and if Powell would not be speaking. This would be one of my key setups, by the way. And the main reason is very simple. Just to give you this example. Almost my time. My time is almost up. So forget about the time right now. Forget about that this is lunch hour and forget about that Powell is talking. I have my key level here. There is a continuation in the structure here. This is not technically a market structure shift, but I would call this, because it's not a reversal, but I would call this a continuation. Okay? Higher. Beautiful up close candle, beautiful fair value gap. We have the risk to reward ratio in a positive territory. Why not use all the space that we can get and go for it? This is the kind of setup I like, this kind of saying. Hey, good to see you, Big Sky David. What's up? Rocket Scooter Clan is arriving. Oh my gosh. And congratulations again to Matt. What an achievement winning that competition, by the way. That's, wow, amazing. Hey, Matt Evans, what's up? Good to see the familiar names here. So if you have questions about this, let me know. How much time do I have? 1 minute and 20 seconds until Matt comes around. We'll see. So again, you might have found this topic a little bit dry, but I promise you guys, we're going to talk about staying profitable. We're going to talk about this topic a little bit more, but we also needed to talk about some aspects of trading alone, in solitude, in silence, and trading with the community. These are the small details, these information gems here and there that if some of these will stick, in your memory, then it would be, we did a good thing for today, Enough time to sing? No, we're not going to sing. I'm not good at singing. Uncle Jerome is on the stage. Let's see. I had by the way, guys, today I made about $1,700 on my funded accounts. For Matt, it's pocket money, I know, because he makes $2,000 on each of his accounts. But for me, $1,700 on a day, all unfunded, it's good. Trust me. So, but yeah, for Matt, it's pocket money. But yeah, I'm very happy. Today, it was an exceptionally good day for me. Obviously, this is when the market is really moving. And I still left out some entries. So green is green, and I'm very happy about it. I couldn't be happier. And the winning part on this one, on my end, is that I sized down as much as possible, and I did it live on my stream. Oh no, bad time. Sorry, I'm sorry. We don't have time for that. So I did this with micros only, 1, 2, 3 micros, and I'm actually super happy about it. So I'm feeling awesome. Feeling awesome today. Yeah. So so I would just want to thank again. This was a great session, and if you guys are printing money today, obviously don't push the button in the PM session. Just the usual thought process, If you're red on the day, stop. If you're green on the day, stop. I don't know how long is Paul's going to speak, but we'll see. Thank you, Abhishek. I'm very grateful for MyFunded TV, for the mods and the hosts. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for sharing my link. If you want to join me on my YouTube, I'm streaming every day in London, 2 a.m. And the New York AM session to 9:30. So I do that too. Both sessions. I'm always here. Yeah, Matt is. I know he's around. He's around here. I can hear it. Okay. Come on. Let's party, everybody. I told you, it's a party. All right, sing it super loud, everybody. Let's go. W's in the chat for Matt and Rocket Scooter fam. Hello there, Matt. How's it going? And he's still muted.
But hey, what's up, man?
Hey,
you know, I gotta tell you, I need to get like a I can program these lights, the orange and blue ones, to
Really?
also do what yours does. I should make myself like a matching thing.
It was a big investment on my part, but everything for the stream, you know. So can we say? Sorry, go on.
I said, what a big investment was it? Like, is it from Amazon or something? Like, what do you got?
It's from Temu, you know.
I mean, like $10 whole, right?
Maybe, yeah. I think it was like maybe $5 or $6. I don't know, yeah, something like that. But I just can we congratulate you finally for winning that competition, right?
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
W's for Matt. Awesome, man. I mean, that is just great. And by the way, I need your advice. What's going to happen here? What is this market about? Is it going to go up or down? I just need a signal. That's it,
dude. And that's the crazy thing. You guys, I win a contest, I trade, and I do pretty okay at trading. When you ask a question, I never know the answer to that question. Like, I'm so bad at guessing the market too. That's like my biggest weakness. When I guess wrong. And in moments like this, I can find where the volatility is. I can find where the pivots are. I can make my trades, but when it's like at that sort of like in that middle where it's kind of retraced most of the sell off and are like up or down from here, I always lean to like up. Like I always want to say up because the market's just always been going up since April. And so I'm going to guess up, but I don't know. I'm not trading anymore. I'm kind of done for the day, but I mean, I'll be buying dips in case the market tanks again. I'm going to buy some dips, but I think today's squeeze is pretty hard. So to the upside.
Yeah, everybody was. I think most of the retail traders were aiming for the shorts to close that gap, but it seems like I have a level here. I think it's just trying to get to above 25K. We'll see what happens, but
I think you're right, dude. I think 25K. I mean, that's where we were last night, and I think that's kind of like the magic sort of, psychological number 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. All right. Chat, thank you so much. This was a great session again. And we'll continue tomorrow with the next topic. And W's again for Matt. Stay here, stick around. Who knows what's maybe some sneaky codes. I don't know. Not my department, but anyway. Thank you, Matt. Have a great session. And I see you tomorrow, right?
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
All right. Dubs in chat for Tom the Bomb Sabo. We love Tom's show, man. He brings such good like vibes to the channel. I love it, man. I love tuning in. Although I'm streaming up until like the last 5 minutes, I get to catch like the tail end of it all the time. It's really fantastic. All right, so family, what's up? Y'all having a good afternoon, a good trading day? It's been crazy, right? This has been a kind of a crazy last couple of days. Now, again, it's blowing my mind that I am on a 6-week winning streak. Every day, again, you guys are watching the trades on stream. I'm up again today. I didn't lose on Friday. I didn't lose yesterday. I didn't lose today. I haven't lost since the beginning of September. It's been day after day after day of luck. A lot of it's luck. A lot of it's good trading, but a lot of it's luck. Of just being on the right side of the market. But I can't take full credit. The market has just been surprisingly bullish. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. It's been on repeat since April. My trading style is very, very little changes all this time. I avoided the sell-off on Friday, which is pretty great. I had already made all of my trades pre-market. So when the market crashed on Friday, I had no exposure on the table. Lucky me. Last night, I didn't do any trades overnight. I announced on my Discord, no trades tonight. I'm sitting out and watching and waiting. And then I woke up to this and I just longed it back up. So it's like basically 9K in my funded accounts now and just chilling on that. It's been kind of nice. And I won the BDH tournament first place. I know you guys love following, some of the stuff that goes on socials. That is my second trading tournament that I've won first place in this year. On the last year, I've traded in another trading contest held by another prop firm with 1,000-something entrants. It was a month long, no YOLO or anything. It was 2 contract max month-long trading contest. I also got first place at that prop firm's thing. I will be entering Ninja Traders contest they're going to do, which is a big deal in a couple of weeks. So it's been kind of crazy. And I can only say that, winning streak is all in your head. It doesn't mean anything. You're going to lose enough. It has just been the same thing every day. The market dynamics have not shifted. And it's crazy. This isn't my longest winning streak in history, though, of my trading. My longest winning streak ever was on my YouTube in 2020. It was all live streamed. And it was in one trading account, by the way, for the prop firm explosion. I was doing a challenge where I was taking... I would do these challenges. People would say, Matt, can you turn 5K into 10K? Can you turn 10K into 50K? Can you whatever? And so this one was the big one. I call it the million challenge. And I was going to take a $6,700 account, which at the time was half the margin requirement of the S&P, and trade it to $1 million, just slowly and scaling it. Just as the big publicity stunt back in the day. Before prop firms, there weren't a lot of streamers for futures. So I was trying to spice up the stream a little bit. That particular out the door, and it was, again, the broker statement was shown, one account was shown, thousands of people watched it, went on a 70-day winning streak. That's 3.5 months without having a red day. I swear to God, it's real. Thousands of people watched it, and it was in full transparency. The broker statement, the account number was shown on the screen. The account was shown on the screen. The P&L, the curve, the stats, everything was shown to track the entire thing. At 9.5 months, 9 months, something like that, 9.5 months, the peak of that account on YouTube was at 95,000, slowly grinding up just to show building an account. And then I stopped streaming on YouTube for 2 years. Because I went and did this crazy thing called Build Rocket Scooter. The company shifted focus and we decided to build the trading platform finally. And so therefore, if you look at my YouTube, I took like a 2-year break and then I came back in 2022 to keep streaming. So we spent, hired a bunch of people, got the programmers, and then build Rocket Scooter out of it. So what do I learn about a trade? The reason I'm bringing this up is, what is a winning streak after all? What is a losing streak? And I have to tell you that there's really no such thing as a streak. I mean, you can identify it as such, winning multiple days in a row, losing multiple days in a row. But a streak will always deteriorate your performance if you acknowledge it as a streak. There's no such thing as acknowledging a streak and it acting in your favor for what you're trying to do. Not ever going to happen. A streak will add additional things to your strategy that don't even need to be there. The idea is that if you believe because you've won before, then your newest trade, you're going to win again because you're on a streak, you're going to force yourself to trade extra or harder or with more risk because you have this false confidence in something that's not statistically even a thing. As a matter of fact, the law of large numbers states the more iterations or games that you play, the mean is realized. Mean is the average. The average is you're going to lose an X amount of trades based on your win rate. If you win 7 out of 10 trades, you're going to lose 3 out of 10. If you win 4 out of 10 trades, you're going to lose 6 out of 10. Over infinite number of iterations in games, you're destined to lose. So the further you skew that data towards a streak, it becomes more probable that you're going to lose. And when you lose and you believe you're supposed to win, then you've got a psychology mismatch. You're going to be over leveraged. You're going to lose. You're going to blow up. You're going to lose harder because you didn't believe you can lose. So the one thing you have to do is never get in your head that you're on a winning streak. But on the same token, the part that you guys deal, I bet you all are like, man, I wish I was on a winning streak. Well, think about this. On a losing streak, you get it stuck in your head that you are on a losing streak. And this also helps you there. It hurts you in the winning streak, but it helps you in the losing streak. Convince yourself there's no such thing as a streak. As a matter of fact, the more you lose, the more probable it is the next game is going to be a winner. Statistically, you don't lose 100% of days. And I know some of you guys are going to be like, oh yeah, bro, hold my beer. But really, in all honesty, you guys flipping coins should win half of your trades at least, right? Market goes up and down and chops around. You should win at least a significant portion of your trades, 30%, 40%. Even if you're just randomly flipping coins, you should pretty much win some of them. So if you're losing a lot, don't let it get in your head like you're defeated at the start. Like, oh man, I'm losing. I'm going to lose again. You're already setting yourself up for failure. Don't manifest that loss, that chain of loss into more loss. Tell yourself, well, every day is a new trade. Don't even also say, well, I've been losing, so I'm definitely going to win this one. I've lost like 7 in a row. This is the one. Full port long, I'm going to get it, and then you make it worse. Don't let the amount of days that you've won or lost in the past dictate your strategy. Trade the same way every single day. If you're losing a lot, then obviously your net lick is coming down. Trade smaller. Like scale your position size down. Maybe at a 100K account, you might be trading 3 minis, and then you fell to 80 account, maybe trade 2.5 minis, 2 minis, 5 micros. As you get smaller in your account, trade smaller. As you get bigger, trade bigger. So that's the only thing you'd adjust basically based on a losing or winning streak. But it's not the streak. It's just as your account loses value, you're going to want to trade smaller. That's normal risk management. But the idea is that, so what did I make it into the that $1 million challenge? So I streamed on Zoom for like a couple of months after that. And then I stopped streaming altogether because I was 24/7 building the platform. I got it really close to like 150 on that challenge, give or take. But after that, I didn't stream, period. So the challenge basically ended mid-stride. So I didn't actually get a chance to finish the $1 million challenge. But I was doing it as like this huge publicity stunt to like, hey guys, I'm going to start at the bottom. And I was trading micros like out the door. And then I started advancing the minis and minis and minis. And like the last couple of trades when it was up in the 90s, those days I was trading like, 3 to 4 e-minis at a time, and they were having like 5K days, which was starting to grow up pretty quick. Anyways, sorry I didn't finish the story about that, but yeah, we decided it's time to build rocket scooters. So then it became a 24/7 gig. I didn't stream at all. I didn't stream on Zoom, nothing. I just got up and worked and built this platform, and it was a very monumental effort to build this platform for sure. Directions unclear, bot monkey darts. That's the way to do it, baby. But anywho, again, a winning streak is luck, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Nobody can beat the market this long. I'm surprised that it's gone at least as long as it has without failing. It's not, again, don't be like, nah, it's got a crystal ball or something. It's luck. It's been crazy. The market's just been bullish, 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 bullish. And that's half of it. And I've been bullish, bullish, bullish every day. I have a good read on the greater market, and there just hasn't been events. Now, lucky for me, I've dodged the last 2 events. The market crashes on Friday, had no exposure. Market crashes last night, had no exposure. That's luck. I mean, there's some skill there of choosing to sit out when the market has like, sort of coin flip mentality. I know it's like right on the edge. And, we're going through tariff stuff. I traded last time we had tariff stuff. I remember exactly what it was like. I know that you don't want to make big life-changing decisions in your account during moments where Trump can just wipe it in a second. Last night, our dynamic hedge pressures were like right on the boundary. This orange line is like greater bull and greater bear market. I mean, hedging. This is like a big deal. And we opened below it on NASDAQ and opened above it in S&P. And it was like right on the edge. And I posted in my Discord, it's too coin flippy. I'm going to sit out. And the market squeezed up and then sold off. And I woke up, everything was pretty much flat. So I got lucky on that, and then woke up and just bought the dip. This market did not fill the gap from Friday. They are talking about working things out with China. So this could all pretty much go away. I'm not shorting any of this. As a matter of fact, I believe we're going right back up to 25,000. Like Tom said, I don't disagree. Maybe even 25.2. That's that big sort of support that we used to have that now could turn as resistance. Any downside market will likely try to make its way up to here and then continue selling. So I'm not jumping in trying to short this from here, especially since their sort of narrative is like they're working things out with China. But again, part of a win streak is luck. Dodging the market at the right time. I'm in and out quickly. Today was a masterclass in scalping on my stream. I was trading 2 accounts at a time, very little. The one on stream was micros. The one off stream were minis, and just keeping it light. The one that has $3,500, I hit that one pretty hard. These accounts have 100,000 of buffer in them, and I can hit them hard. So that one I actually hit hard, even though I don't normally trade Catalyst pretty hard. That one I hit right here. That was this one right there. I bought on the green DD band, and it dipped on that candle right there. And I traded it right there and closed out. That was worth $3,500. Just that little leg right there in one account. So I just scalped all day long. S&P, I made that particular setup. I traded here a couple times, and then that was basically it. The rest of it. So you know me, I love my liquidity pockets. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 90% setup when this ratio is greater than half, which it was. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, here's 4. It was 4 for 4 today, baby, since market open. It was 100%. My win rate today is 100s. I didn't lose any trades. I just hit those scalps all day long. I didn't take this one, though. I was waiting for a pullback, which I missed, but anywho, I didn't take that one. And then they were talking like some more news is coming out and whatever. But great rock solid day running straight up. I love what I'm seeing, guys. Pretty solid. So look at Gamma. Yeah, so we're like pioneers of the Gamma Delta exposure field. Like we're one of the early pioneers of that entire field. What you see on my screen is the most complex retail Delta and Gamma exposure in Charm and Van, and everything else is built into this model that there is for retail. Ours is actually boils everything down into high volume pivots. We also extract from the options data dealer options. So what makes us different than everyone else? We can read the options data in real time and know if an option belongs to a market maker with high probability, high certainty. We use mathematics. We have a whole method of finding that information, and we map out just dealer exposure, which is why it's such a strong pivot, because dealers are going to be hedging their position neutral. No one else has a dealer exposure model. We're the first of its kind in the industry. Everyone else just uses straight run open interest, which is like an elementary version of this, like Jax and a lot of these other tools out there. We kind of took it to the next level. Somebody says, Abby says, even though if it's luck, it's hardly earned by you in your past. Yeah. So, right. There's a lot that goes into luck as well. It's being when I say luck, I'm out of the market at the right time and I'm in the market at the right time. That is personally a choice. That's not definitely just luck. That's choosing when to act on the market. There's a lot of skill involved in choosing when to act on the market and when to sit out. That definitely isn't just luck. So I like that you picked up on that. For sure. So, but basically, being in and out of the market at the right time is part of like a lot of this. You know what I'm saying? Anyways. Nasdaq filling its gap. Looking crazy. All right. So what do you think is going to happen from here? Market dying? Market hanging on? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Question. Why doesn't MyFundedFutures allow you to trade trades after market close? So in real futures, you're going to have a similar thing with your broker. If you're trading on intraday margin with a futures broker, I'm talking like, you're trading with $500 contracts with, Trade of 8 or NinjaTrader or something. You're going to have to pony up a lot of money just to be able to hold it through close too. You're going to need the full margin of like, $20,000 or 30 for Nasdaq, whatever it is. And they're going to close you out if you don't. It's very typical of the futures industry, especially because you're trading on margin, that your positions normally do get liquidated into close. And that's pretty normal just normal fare for futures in general. It's a really normal thing that goes on, and I wouldn't like expect any different. And most of your prop firms out there will close you at close. There's a handful, and I mean a handful of the hundreds of prop firms that do swing trading. It's not good practice, I'll tell you. In general, you don't want to swing trade in futures. Get used to closing out at close. So yeah, I also won the BDH tournament first place. And as a reward, what I'm doing with the money, I don't know if I told you guys this, as a reward, I am spending the entirety of the $10,000 buying you guys my Funded Futures accounts to give away. I'm giving the entirety of the prize money to the community. I made out a deal with MyFunded Futures to hook me up with 200 scale accounts, and I'm going to give them away on my stream in the morning and afternoon to you guys over the course of a month. We're going to celebrate. This is the second time MyFunded TV has gone and whooped ass at the BDH, because Terry did it a couple weeks before I did. I'm telling you, MyFunded TV is the TV show that hires the good traders. Terry went over there and she whooped ass when she went over there. Terry completely, charming, was professional, was great at trading, crushed that contest there. Terry and Rena, Terry crushed it. We went in with grace, crushed the BDH, the worldwide global tournament. We won that first place. A whole strategy. I could have a TED talk on my strategy on how I did it. Did I know Denny made 3K today as well? Denny, let's go. Very nice. Now, I didn't win the MyFunded Futures TV host competition, but we don't like to talk about that. Although I was the best looking person in last place in that competition, though, because I got dead last on that one. But that was a funny story on that one. That was the fun competition we did with the host. But we don't talk about that one. But congrats to any man. Very good job. I will be converting that to 200 scale accounts to give away to you guys. I'm going to give the whole prize money away. As you guys know me, I make a pretty decent chunk of change in life. I think that this is a community event. I'd like to inspire more community event. I like to show that MyFunded TV is the best, and they put the best traders on their stream. And we're going to reward you guys for being loyal here. I'm going to give y'all the accounts as a prize. Y'all are going to get the prize. And keep coming to the stream and hanging out and learning with us and hanging out with us. And, going to prove to you guys why MyFunded's the GOAT. Sharing is caring. Yep. So I even promised, I thought the prize money was 25 grand. I didn't even know. So I told my admins, right? My staff, people at Rocket Scooter, that because I won the contest, I would give 10K away to the community in form of prop accounts. Then I'd give 15,000 to my employees as a bonus, right? I would give 25,000, the whole thing away. And so since I found out after the fact it's only a $10,000 prize, I'm going to give my employees a $15,000 bonus anyways out of my pocket just to celebrate the win. They've been working extra hard. Our stream got 50% bigger overnight. This stream is getting bigger. We need to start giving people raises, I guess, because they're working double hard right now. But you guys know me. I've always been that way. I like to enrich. I like to build community. That's very important to me. Build loyal community, especially here. They do so much to take care of you guys at MyFunded. So I'm happy to, share the blessings with y'all. I texted Matt and Luke and all the guys. I'm like, y'all hook me up with something good. I'm going to buy a bunch of accounts from y'all. Give me a bulk rate. Okay, I'm going to buy $10,000. Luke was like, oh, hell yeah, man. That's like a great idea. He goes, the community, they'll love that. That's what he said. So they were extremely excited that I wanted to donate it to y'all. You'll take a raise as well. All right, I'll give you guys, everybody gets a raise. You get a raise. You get a raise. So, yeah. They love the idea. There was no pushback at all. They were like, oh my God, that's incredible. It's like the traders will love that. So they were Somebody's like, wait, you guys are getting paid? I love that's like one of my favorite memes ever from We're the Millers. Wait, you guys are getting paid? That's hilarious. Little pullback as Nasdaq has filled its gap to the close price today. We ran up positive res, half gap support here. I'm not chasing any trades on this. I might just let this pull back and see what happens. Can I work for you? I don't know. What are you good at? Maybe. You good at anything? Now, in reality, we're not really hiring a lot. We are kind of like, graveyard shift over here. Freaking, we got these people running around the clock running this thing. We don't really have a lot of need for employees. Couple people working all night. Hold on. Everybody here. We have like a handful of people. Unless you're ready for like, I don't know, what do you guys good at? And the no regrets tattoo. Oh yeah. I'll write you letter recommendation for you guys. If you guys maybe that's what I can do. I could get you guys raises at your own jobs. Oh yeah, you ever what was it? God, it was so silly. And I hate memeing on Top Step sometimes, but it was kind of silly. They, the CEO posted a Twitter post of somebody from their community put funded trader on their resume. Like, I am a funded trader managing $500,000 in revenue. It was like $500,000 in prop accounts or whatever. ES and Nasdaq specialist. I thought that was the funniest thing ever. Like, now people are putting prop trader on their resume. Like, I'm a Nasdaq and ES money manager, $500,000 account. I was like, are they just joking? I think they were serious. Believe it or not, I thought they were just being funny about it. Hey, you guys are money managers managing $1 million. Anyways, I'm not poking too hard fun. We love the guys over there, but that's funny. That's some funny stuff. I think they were serious though. But yeah, you're managing $1 million. Like, an employer would read that and go, "Oh wow, you manage." That's right. I'm a Nasdaq and S&P futures specialist. An expert in these fields. I work for a prop firm. I manage $1 million worth of funded capital. Some person that doesn't trade would be like, "Wow, that's so crazy. How did you manage that?" Well, it only cost me like $127 times 5, and then I YOLO the accounts, and now I'm a money manager. I'm a master trader, right? But like I said, I'll write you guys a letter of recommendation. I'll say this person, maybe y'all are all going to hit me up. Maybe I'll write a stock one. Yes, this person is amazing at whatever it is they do. You can trust me. I'm a YouTuber. Give them a raise. Sir, this is a McDonald's. That's really funny. I'm a master at betting. That's right. I'm a master better. Are there any Rocket Scooter great traders that can narrate you in the right session for Rocket Scooter? First of all, Fibonacci 30 free resets, you guys. There's a code dropping on stream for 30 free resets. This market is selling off from here, maybe. What do y'all think? Are we dumping? Easy dumping. No risk for me. We tapped that MHP. Market is still on the weird spot of that. Market is still on the weird spot from that. I don't know, y'all. I'm going to be just chilling, waiting on this. I would like to see maybe some dips for the rest of the day down in here to play. If it didn't work, it's because there are only 30 of them. Hey, Matt, do I have a Bloomberg terminal? No, I don't. As much as as cool as it looks, and I know that's like a flex to have one, I don't know how useful that is. I've never really even looked into is that even useful for like a retail trader. Like what do you get other than the Bloomberg data source, which I know is like real-time news and stuff, and what advantage would a Bloomberg terminal provide anybody? I don't know much about it other than the sort of like prestige that comes with how much it costs to have one. Just buy one to look cool, to look like a player. I'm a player, boys. Look at this. Rips has one. Yeah, probably just for show. Like, I don't think you actually like see retail get a lot of use out of it, but I don't know. The real-time chat is really great. Bloomberg chat. Oh yeah, that kind of has like some features in it that are pretty cool. So Bloomberg pretty much sells the best. That's the gold standard of data. As a person that runs a trading platform, I'll let you know that Bloomberg data is the gold standard. It's considered it's the priciest, most expensive data you can buy. Like I can buy Bloomberg data for redistribution, and there's a huge price tag on the data alone. That's right. Okay. Somebody asked, is it 20K a year? Okay. Somebody asked, are there any successful rocket scooter traders in chat that can help guide them with something? Is anybody here? And again, like I'm not selling anything or whatever. Does anybody here use rocket scooters successfully? Can you answer? Can you say like something in chat? Somebody was asking earlier. Like, what do you use about rocket scooter that's helpful? How has it helped you in your trading? Things like that. I think they're just wanting some general questions. Like, what are the best features? Now, again, trading is not. I always print people because I'm the one person that has something for sale, right? I sell a platform, a trading platform, but I also am very honest about trading with people. No indicator set or tool set will ever do the heavy lifting for you as a trader. You will always have to do everything yourself. Position sizing, risk management, stop management, that's the real key to trading success. Tools are only a small part of the game. Now, I think we have some of the best tools out there, but I'm curious what other people think. Is like somebody was asking, are there successful traders that use it? Why? And again, the levels are good and the technique is good. But in reality, successful traders are built off of their own manipulation of their position. Risk management, position management is the key to successful trading. It's not going to be, there's a magic levels system that's like, this is going to do everything. This is going to make all the choices for you and you're just going to print money. The whoosh fan is one of the best features. I would agree. Dang, you guys had some really commentary. The levels, entries, patient mindset. Yeah. So as I am Trade has said, that's probably the best answer. Entries, yeah, that's just pivots, right? But patience, mindset is the best thing is when to sit out. So what Trey is teaching you is actually the best value with what we do, I think, is training you how to trade. Those last four things, or the four things he said, entries, yeah, that's the platform, but patience, mindset, and when to sit out. These are the decisions you make regardless of platform. And that's really where I think the value is in any trading strategy you learn from anybody, us or elsewhere. If you were using anything out there, the goals of market avoidance, keeping your mental capacity, like in check, and also having the patience to wait for your setups, preventing YOLO and FOMO and stuff, is really the value in any trading. No matter what entry and exit strategy and stop strategy you use, that mental game is, where you got to be. So hopefully that answers your question. There's a lot of people here, I think, that use our stuff. How do you get the student discount? Oh, well, you'll go to actually, my Discord is in here. If you guys, okay. Again, I rarely try to do this, and people are asking, so my bad. Let me go here and do this for you guys. I'll type it in chat. I don't like to make this kind of a sales pitch, so I'm going to keep this very brief. This Discord is my link. We do have something for students. If you're a high school student or a college student, join my Discord. Send me a message directly. Send me your like government ID, your student ID if you have one, and then proof of enrollment in college, like basically a tuition bill or something. Or if you're a high school student, just show me your driver's license, because if you're under 18, you're clearly a student. we subsidize our platform and our tools and our education. The whole thing is $20 a month if you're a student. So you can, the tools, the boot camp, all that is only $20 a month. We make it like dirt cheap. If you're going through the phase of your life where you're still building yourself and learning, we have this program where we don't want students of the market to pay money. Well, there should be folks, somebody doesn't have to like be going to school and be like, holy crap, I owe Matt $9,000 this month for my rocket scooter bill. We've always been like, we want it to be like a book or a Netflix subscription, something tiny if you're a student. And then when you graduate, it's honor system, years later, graduate, once you're on your feet, once you're able to survive and pay yourself and whatever. And you're not even when you graduate. It's like whenever you're solid in life, then, come back and pay full price if you want. But that's how we've always been. Send me a message and we'll hook you up. Yeah. Trading education is by far the biggest bastardized thing in this industry. There are people, you have no idea how to assign value to this. Now, this is a little like sort of eye opener for some of y'all. There are people that sell trading mentorships for thousands of dollars. I've seen one for $10,000. I've seen some joker try to claim they make $100 million and sell one for $10,000. And a lot of times you're going to pay that. I'm going to tell you which the best use of your $10,000 is. Ready? Not investment advice. Take your $10,000. First of all, tell that person to fuck off unless they show you a broker statement. But then take that $10,000, split it up into $1,000 chunks, and trade your own account at $1,000 and try to fight to keep that $1,000 live. And when you blow up that $1,000, you get 9 other chances to do the same thing. You will gain so much with that $10,000 fighting the market 10 times at $1,000 a pop than you ever will paying 100 people to train you. That is the best use for trading education. It's hard to assign value to this, but when you're talking about the levels of thousands of dollars, there's nobody that sells anything that's thousands of dollars of value. You burning that money up in the market, the tuition you paid for that is going to give you all the education in the world, as long as you don't blow it up in a single trade. Like if you're actually fighting your account, fighting to keep it alive. I train people on this. It's like, your education, that's the world's worst straight line. If this is your account and you're trading, as your account is like doing this and it's like close to zero, this is where you have all your emotional things working out when you're like trying to fight to keep that account alive and it's finally here. It's like this part is where you actually learn how to compose yourself as a trader. You can't learn that in a book. You can't learn that from a guru. You can't learn that from anybody telling you that's what you're going to experience. The feelings, the greed, the exhaustion, the panic, the fear, all of that manifests in that moment in time when you're close to zero and you see you're close to zero, that's where it comes from. If you're a 40-year-old college student, that's totally fine. It doesn't matter how old you are. If you are going back to school to better your life for your family, I hook you up a rocket scooter. I think that's the most impressive thing a person can do is to chase an education. And so we won't ever be an expensive education. If you're going to night classes because you're trying to improve your life, you got a family to take care of, you qualify for a student program. If you're going to community college, take whatever. I want to inspire people to get an education. That's what I want to do. And so, yeah, doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter if you're taking one class. Doesn't matter if it's a night class, summer class, whatever. If you're bettering your life through education, we hook you up. You put rocket scooter down as a school. Oh, that's a cool. So there's some recursion there. That's an infinite money glitch at that point. I love it. The link expired. Oh, shoot. You know what? Ah, crap. I know why. Hold on. Let me give you guys another link for now. Oh, shoot. Discord has like the boost. Where did all the boosts go? I got to buy some more boosts then, I guess. Let me give you guys another link. My bad. Here's another link. Hold on. Okay, try this one. This one should work. This is our Discord link. Yeah, I hate that like when people donate boosts to the Discord and then they stop paying for it, then it drops. Okay, I'll have to go buy some more myself. Are we at level 3? Hold on. No, I think we are at level 3. What the hell? Oh, I guess that's not it. The link shouldn't expire. Oh, shit. I know why. My bad. The link didn't expire. I'm just an idiot. I typed the wrong thing. There's the link. There's the actual link. My bad. This is the link here. I just typed it wrong. It was a typo. But right. So what I tell you guys is that when it comes to education, there's a lot of people selling it for a lot of price. Here's the rule of thumb of education. Number 1, when somebody says, I'm going to teach you how to trade, then you say, great. Can you show me any evidence of your trades? Can I see you trade live? That's the best thing. If somebody does it live, you can watch them, interact with them, see the look in their eyes when they're making trades. That's better. If you can just sit over their shoulder and watch them, they're not selling you anything. You're just judging what you see. Perfect. That's really the best education. You can just watch somebody for free. Like come in here. This is free. If somebody is like, well, I don't stream live, but I crush it, whatever. And you can say, well, can I see like some historic performance statements like the last couple years? And if somebody doesn't show it to you, they don't have it. There's zero people in the world that have it and won't show it. You'll get a lot of excuses like, well, my lawyer says I can't share my stuff and I'm a private person. I think that's private, which always is the weirdest thing to me because number one, no lawyer would ever advise you not to show a broker statement. As a matter of fact, any marketing team would advise you to do that. If you want 10 million people to buy your trading course, show people how much you kill it. People will throw money at you. So it's really silly not to promote with the best promotion you have, which is the actual evidence. People will give you a runaround or the I like to be private excuse. Well, why are you on social media if you're so private? Like I've been in the business long enough to hear every excuse in the book on why people don't share results. For me, I live trade, judge it, take it or leave it. I've gone live with 2 prop firms. I had a live with a third. I win trading contests. It's all streamed. You guys can just watch what I do and judge for yourself. I like it that way. That way, there's no evidence better than just seeing something. You can't Photoshop a live video. So I think that's the best way to show. But also historic performance or whatever is very good. And if there's a price tag of $1,000 or more for something and they don't show you evidence that they've got the goods, you are getting scammed. And I'm going to tell you, I got no sympathy for you. You deserve to lose everything you have to teach you a lesson in humility and greed. You're desperate. The universe will take everything from you if you're that gullible. You deserve the loss you're going to take, and you're going to take a big one, and you're going to feel stupid about it. So feel stupid about it now before you make that transaction. Let me tell you, and plant the voice in your head that tells you you're stupid. Don't do this. Just be careful, right? Education's big. So when I tell people I made my boot camp that I have is only $1 a class because I don't need to make money selling a course. Some people do, and there's no dishonor in selling a course. A lot of people get tired of trading and they want something more stable and pass their education along. As long as they're a great trader and they have something to offer, or they're at least honest about it, then it's worth it. For me, we made our classes $1 a piece. You put $1 in the tip jar, you'll take it seriously, and then that's it. I think that education should be the most affordable part of trading because a good mentor will tell you your education is made by losing your money in the market, not paying to somebody and studying their moves from a book. And so I think it's best for you to keep your money and throw it at the market and learn by doing. Trading is an act of learning by doing, learning by fire. You can never mentor under somebody and then transfer their skills to you directly into the market. You're going to have to go out there and figure out who you are. Trading is a journey about who you are and managing who you are while you do it. You're different than somebody else, and what may work for them may not work for you. What works for Matt may not work for you. What works for Denny and Abby and the guys here, and even Terry, people out there winning contests, may work for them, may not work for you. Everyone's built differently. So that last point is don't let somebody convince you they've got the answer for you. At best, everyone has the answer for them. Nobody knows who you are. I can't say, yeah, my tools or my strategy is amazing. You're going to kill it. I don't know you. I know nothing about you. Are you weird? Are you a freak? Are you panicking about money? Are you like nitpicking every financial decision? I don't know a damn thing about you. So if anybody promises they got something for you, you're getting scammed again. Because the honest person will say, I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. And a really good trader will tell you trading is a you thing. I'm not great at trading because I've got some magic sauce. That's one part of it. What makes me good or great or whatever you may believe at trading is this. I don't know anything about what you got. Were you like, did you suffer severe trauma? I have the biggest belief that childhood traumas are people's biggest limiting factors in trading. The stuff you dealt with as a child affects your decisions as an adult. Your panic, your fear, your greed, all that comes from childhood trauma. Everyone's so different. People handle the world differently. And trading is handling uncertainty, variables under high amounts of stress and pressure. There's no way I got the answer for everybody. I could train people on that and how you navigate it yourself. And that's what our training is about, teaching you how to figure that out yourself. And that's what a really good mentor is going to teach you. If anybody out there, I don't do trading mentorships, by the way. If you're going to ask the next question, but I'm going to warn you that a trading mentor, if they're not focusing on teaching you how to figure you out, they've not figured out trading for themselves. So be careful with your wallets out there. There's a lot of salesmen selling stuff. Make sure the value needs to match the performance. And any mentorship that's costing thousands of dollars, you're not getting that much value out of it. You're better off putting it in the market. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know you, so just buy my product. Probably it's going to work for you. At least it works for me. So like the idea is that somebody's going to transfer their journey as a form of education, not transfer the result. The result is, look, these indicators, look how good they are. They bounce at the pivot and I make a ton of money. That's the result. The journey is how I got there, how I had the patience to wait for it. How did I act there? What position size? Where did I get out? Where's my stop? The journey of how I taught myself to get to that level, to apply myself that way. How did I take the small steps to get over? I'm scared to throw money at the market. I'm being too greedy. I don't want to act anymore. I'm being too fearful. How did I get over that stuff, right? And the person that's going to mentor you is going to walk you through the steps. They're going to ask you questions about yourself more than they're going to tell you stuff about the market. So tell me about yourself. Like, do you feel a certain way when you buy the market? You're like, yeah, man, I feel so hesitant. Like, when I buy, it's like my hands get all clammy. And then they can say, oh, well, I got the right tool for you. No, that's the fake. If they go, your hands are getting clammy. So when you grew up, did you guys have a lot of money? Were you always struggling? They're asking questions about you. That's a good mentor. They're trying to figure you out, right? And that's where you want to really work for. Most of trading mentorship is psychology. And Sean is really good at this. I got to work with Sean. Sean's great at teaching you guys this stuff. It's about you. And if they're like, so did you not have a lot of money? You go, oh yeah, well, we didn't have a lot of money. I was working a lot of jobs, help the family pay bills. And then, one time my dad, I'm just making stuff up. This isn't me, but I'm saying, somebody said like one time my dad, we had a whole lot of money. We took a risk in a business and we lost it all. And we were broke for a couple of years and we all had to kind of like pull together what we had. We didn't go out to eat anymore. We didn't travel anymore. And it was really tough for a couple of years. And you can go, well, you know what? That's what's manifesting in you now in your trading. You're scared to take risks because you suffered a big loss. And somebody go, wow, that is true. And like, well, how do you feel now? Well, I feel like I'm in abundance now. I have a steady job, a healthy family. We're not really doing anything. So let's work through those feelings of like being afraid to risk, right? And so in reality, your journey as a trader and mentorship needs to be like taking you to the steps to get you to destination. It's not to like, here's the levels, this shit's going to work for you sort of thing, right? What's up, Pine Tree Man? Good afternoon, my man. Trading from a place of scarcity is a difficult thing to overcome. It really is. That's probably one of my biggest hurdles when I was learning this. A lot of what I mentioned was from myself. We didn't invest in something, lose our money. We just didn't have a lot growing up. My parents are both hardworking. They both worked their way up in their careers over time. But my parents were just out of high school when I was born. So they both just immediately got jobs, no college degree, but they were both really smart enough to go to college. My dad worked his way up to executive level at the phone company, AT&T, and my mom, works in oil and gas. And they both grew very successful careers over time. But when they were, 19 years old, kids when I was born, we didn't have much. My brother was born 2 years later. So we didn't have a lot growing up. So I never really understood what money was about. I was 13 years old, got my first job at the concession stand at the baseball park. They paid me $10 a game. And I would give that money to my mom and just help to pay bills. And money never had value to me. I always had what I needed. So I never knew what abundance felt like. I never knew what scarcity felt like. I always had exactly what I needed. I just never lived in abundance. So when trading started to provide abundance at some points in time, I never really understood how to handle it. And I was really bad at it. Like you don't really learn how to manage money when you don't have it, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword there. You don't know the power of damage money can cost, but you also don't know how to manage it because you don't have any practice doing it. Whatever you make usually just immediately goes away. So you're never like, okay, I've got money. How do I budget it, right? At different places. You really just didn't have anything to budget. You're just kind of on the fringe. So I had a journey with that as myself as time went by. But one thing that's for certain that did help me with that is I didn't have a need for money. This is my biggest, best supportive thing I can teach you guys as a trader. I don't have a need for money. Now, at this phase of my game, it's because I'm in my 40s. I've grown very successful in life and enough to have everything I can need and everything I can want and with something left over. And now this phase of my life is helping people with things they want and need, like investing in others in their businesses, which is kind of a neat phase to be at this side of it rather than the other side. But the idea is I never lived with money as front and center of my life. So when I'm trading, I don't feel it like it's money. I never had an attachment to money. Like somebody that was wealthy growing up is used to abundance. They could be frivolous sometimes with money because there's enough to have. You can keep wasting it and there's more left over. They have a feeling towards it. They love gambling more because, well, the thrill is there. I never had that thrill. Wasting money was never part of something we ever did. We never had it to waste. So I don't ever feel attachment to this. To me, this has always been a numbers thing since I got the hang of it. At first, it was like I would protect capital as much as I can. I wouldn't invest a lot. I was very risk averse, and I still am now, but in a different capacity. I've learned how to take risk, but I don't see it anymore as money. I really just see it as numbers. I make a big win, it doesn't affect my next trade. I have a big loss, doesn't affect my next trade. I never feel like this money that I'm making or winning is going to affect my life tomorrow. And it gets helpful when you get further enough in your career, especially in trading, that all the money I make trading I don't spend it on anything. It just gets thrown into a bigger pot of money that gets invested in other things. So it's not like the feeling of some of you might be at the stage, and I was there, trust me, so I know what it's like. You might be at the stage as, man, if I don't get that next payout, I can't pay the rent, right? I remember what that's like. You're paycheck to paycheck. I was an engineer, paycheck to paycheck as a kid. Know the drill. I know what it was struggling as a trader if I started too. The idea is when you start getting better and start making more money and putting it to work, you start to feel less and less attached to it because it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. If I were to blow up everything I have day trading, I just need to wait another month for mountains of money to fall back in my lap from all the revenue streams I've built. Doesn't matter. So I don't feel bad when I have a losing day. And I don't feel good if I have a winning day. The money is not seen, it's put off to the side. If you can emulate that, even if you don't have abundance, that's the proper mindset to have as a trader. Emulate that. The money you make or lose as trading is not money you need. And that's what every person I talk to, I have to tell them that that's the main focus. Try to get to a mental space where you don't need this money. Everything you've put into this account that you're going to trade, assume it's all going to be lost. Assume that from day one. That way you're not surprised when it happens because it's probably going to happen. That way you take the loss, you can go, well, I was expecting that to happen. And then make sure you're okay with that amount. So simulate that environment now and your mental game will start working its way to the right spot. That's the best advice I ever give anybody. Have zero attachment to the money you're trading, to the money you've invested, to the budget you put into trading, whatever. No attachment whatsoever. Feel nothing. When I have a big loss, I never am in a bad mood where I'm like, just guys, leave me alone. I'm in a horrible mood. I never feel anything. When I have a big win, I'm not walking down the street like high-fiving my friends, chest bumping, eye dock, and like, yeah, look at all this money I made. We don't feel anything one way or the other. Navigate that path right in the middle, and trading becomes a breeze up here. It really does, because it's all numbers at that point. And you are pure strategy at that point. You're not manipulated by your feelings. And hopefully you guys can take that to heart. If it's like, well, I don't have a lot of abundance, Matt. I've only got $1,000 to commit to the market every month. Okay, well, teach yourself that it's okay to lose $1,000 a month. Can you pay your bills still? Well, yeah. All right. So at the start of the month, put in 1,000 and be like, well, it's gone. All right, what's next? Then trade it. And then when it's gone, you don't feel surprised. And you get used to being like in that boat of you're okay with the risk you're taking. And now $1,000 becomes routine. And then you start investing your money. And then you take certain risk and then you make some money and lose some money. And then you lose 1,000. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's like taking practice punches in the stomach. Get used to taking losses and assume what you put in is all going to be gone. And your mental game will start getting better from there. Somebody says this is exactly why most people fail. Yeah, that's it. It's the attachment to the money. If it's money that you need while you're trading, you need to have another stream of income. You can't trade if you need that money for something. You can't use it for that. It's going to make you make extra trades, trade harder. You're meeting a deadline. It's extra pressure. If that's the case, you need to lower the amount you're trading with and trade with only money that you're willing to lose. And then this other money you've got on the side can pay your bills. That's it. That's everyone's biggest hurdle. It's not rock scooter levels. It's not ICT levels. It's not that. It's the mental game. It's the I need to make money so I can do this full time. Or I can do whatever. Remember, it took me 5 years to go full time. Don't think you're like 6 months in the game and you deserve it now. Put in your dues, man. I'll tell you, if you're good at this, which is rare, at the end, it's pretty cool. It's a good path if you're good at this. If you're not good at this, it's going to be a struggle, but at least manage the struggle right. Make sure you've got your budgeting down, your mental game down. So MyFunded said, yeah, most are looking for a job but unable to find one. So they are looking for ways to make money online and they stumble across trading. And that is, at least your assumption is correct. And that is by far a product of like COVID era marketing. You know, there's always been the make money from home people. When I was a kid, they had these infomercials like the guy that was like, I made $1 million a month putting tiny classified ads, blah, blah, blah. Remember that guy, that weirdo? And then you're like, oh, make 20. And they had all these interviews. Yeah, I make 30,000 last month working from home 5 hours a week. There's always been that sort of thing. And what I hate the most is that sort of thing is now, you guys want to make $1,000 a week at home while not getting the day trading. It's promoted like, and that is the hardest of all your get rich quick schemes that people push. You could probably make money with the classified ads or drop shipping or whatever, much more than you can with trading. Trading is the hardest of all of those things to make a couple extra bucks on the side. They really underplay the massive journey you have ahead of you. It's not just like copy the formula, it's going to work for you. Trading is, you want to get into trading, ready for a PhD? Oh, you got to put in 5 extra years of school. Just like becoming a doctor. It's that complicated. It's that intense. It's that much of a journey for some people. But it's worth it to go to school to be a doctor. It's worth it to go to school to be a trader. Yeah, a lot of people, it's like, you know, work from home, make a little bit extra cash. Trading, from the start, it's lose a little bit extra cash. You're investing in education, just like paying a tuition at school. You got to pay up. And I tell people that all the time. Trading is a great place to get to. Now, if you guys, y'all are all spoiled, and I have to tell you guys, y'all aren't freaking, you know, millennials like me in their 40s. Maybe some of you guys are. But I'll tell you, you're spoiled. You've got MyFundedFutures, man. You've got prop firms, which is the best way to build your emotional resiliency in this market. You can set a budget. You can buy X number of accounts per month and get multiple attempts. The psychology is there because you get a reward if you win and you take a little loss if you lose, but it's controlled risk. We didn't have that growing up, baby. You guys have something that's beautiful for training. It is a very inexpensive way to simulate a real trading environment with real risk and real reward. There's no better practice than putting in a little money, maybe getting a little back. You're going to feel all the weight of Wall Street without risking anything except for what you budget. And that's what I like to tell people is that prop firms have really built, that's the whole point of the speech, have really built like the perfect environment for a trader to thrive in, especially if you're looking for quote unquote side income or extra income or even a second job or even to do this full time. Prop firm is by far the easiest way to force you to have risk. The account costs you $127 for a scale account. That's it. That's the most you can lose. $127. You can't fall asleep and blow up, forget to put it stop and blow up and lose more than 127. You're in, that's the risk. And it doesn't really hurt that bad when you lose. You'll feel it. You're like, oh, that sucks. But you're not like in a paper account, in a normal paper account, you're like, I lost 50K. No, reset. You're not feeling anything. The fact that there's a reward on the line makes you buckle down, focus, and do the work. Core is $77, right? You don't think I'm a millennial? Do I have boomer mentality? Hey, I only got gray hair in my beard, okay? And I don't dye my real hair. It's not gray yet. It's still brown, thank God. But yeah, so hopefully that's some good advice for you guys. To work out your mental game, prop firm is the way to go. And if you're in the prop firm for a year or two and still working it out, and you're like, I haven't gotten a payout or whatever, remember, youngster, Imagine me being 2 years into the game, or imagine me putting 5K into the market one, and then it's gone, then putting 10K and it's gone, and 20K and it's gone, and like putting in money and trading futures and then burning it out when I got started. And then tell yourself, oh yeah, you know, I'm not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on these things like Matt and these other traders these days did when they were younger. Dang, I'm only spending like $500 a month on some prop evals and getting a good education. You guys are so spoiled these days to pay your dues at like $500 a month or $1,000, and you're getting like the full weight of Wall Street to help you shape yourself, blowing up prop accounts, taking it seriously, really putting down the work. Boy, that's education is dirt cheap these days. That's why I love props. It's a great place to learn, and your risk is controlled. They're going to force you, degenerate gamblers, to have risk control, because you blow up the account, there's your drawdown. There's your daily loss limit. There's your whatever. And then you just pay a fixed amount. And then you have full control over that. You're not out there, you know, taking a second mortgage on the house because you blew up your life savings. So yeah, that's why props are great. To finalize today's topic on education. Well, anyways, oh guys, I'm so sorry, but I'm out of time. It's now 1:30. I gotta go. But hopefully you guys enjoyed today's lesson. Maybe they got some clips they can get out of this. Some of my best psychology lessons for people. To wrap up, work on your attachment to money. Prop firm is a good way to kind of like work through that. And when you're blowing up an account, that's really where you learn the most, right, about what you're doing. Okay, I'm out of here. I love you guys. We'll see you later. I'll be live. Abby's posting the link. I'll be live on my channel, and we'll see y'all later. It's been a pretty decent trading day. I don't know if I have any more trades today to make, but I'll see if at the end of the day something good turns up, and I'll see y'all later. Come over to my channel, and we'll see y'all in the afternoon. Bye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.